Good evening, everyone. I just want to say before we begin that we had an executive session and we adjourned that executive session at 6:16. And now I will bring the Brattleboro Selectboard meeting of Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. I will commence. And this is a regular meeting. We had an executive session at 5:15. And John, was the meeting properly warned?
Yes, Liz, it was.
Very nice. All right, so does anyone on the board have any adjustments to the agenda? Or John?
I'm aware of one. We had a request to move item C on your regular business up to either item A or B, and the board was asked to consider doing that so that one of our staff members can get back home sooner.
Great. Does someone want to make a motion to moving C to B?
So moved.
Thank you. All select board members in favor of this adjustment in the agenda from item C, switching places with item B, please raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Very good. Thank you all. Now, chair's remarks. Well, it was a very busy weekend here in Brattleboro. I think, Oscar, were you at the ski jump?
No.
4 out of 5 select board members were at the ski jump and all had a wonderful time. But of course, the champion of this ski jump goes to Peter for his announcing on who is exactly on the hill.
Never heard of him.
I also saw a sold-out show of Casablanca at the Latches and a photography exhibit. There were all wonderful things happening in town this weekend. And I thank everyone for all the fine work that they do. Are there managers' comments?
Yes, there are. And so also many of the unsung heroes that helped the Harris Hill ski jump event come off are on our police, fire, and public works departments. So I want to thank those personnel for their efforts to support another really successful ski jump event. I'm also grateful to DPW Maintenance Coordinator Russ Brown for getting us through a really long stretch of cold weather in this building, which is not easy to do. He tells me that he's finally found parts for the heaters in this room, which is a system that's over 40 years old. And unfortunately, those $70 parts, which he finally found, ended up costing us more like $600. So that is not great news, but I'm really grateful for him to figuring this out. So it's been a challenge. Economic development, I wanted to mention that I've been working on pulling people together in Brattleboro on this topic. I've updated select board members individually on these efforts. I've been convening a number of meetings to start roughing out a strategy or an approach, and I'd like to bring back a full update to the board in March or April and go through that with you. So, I wanted to thank Alice Sharks for spearheading an evaluation of Brattleboro, of our town, by the League of American Bicyclists, who has awarded the town a bronze level recognition for being bicycle friendly. We're one of 5 towns in Vermont with that designation. Bronze level bike friendly community is a testament to the progress and the town's early efforts and commitment to creating a more welcoming, safe, and sustainable environment for bicyclists. Last time Brattleboro was evaluated for this was in 2020. And we were an honorable mention at that time. So this shows our progress in our efforts to improve active transportation in our town. I'd like to credit and give a shout out to BCAT, the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation, who are known for their tremendous work that they've been doing to make Brattleboro even more bicycle friendly. So last couple announcements. 2026 dog licenses are available either through the online portal that you can get to from the town's website or in the town clerk's office. And All renewals for dog licenses are due by April 1st. All dog owners should have received an email or a notice in the mail with instructions for how to renew their license. Absentee ballots for the March 3rd town meeting day and Wyndham Southeast School District elections are being mailed to those who have requested them. Voters may request their ballots get mailed out to them by logging into their voter portal at vote.vermont.gov or by emailing the town clerk's office at townclerk@brattleboro.gov or by calling them there at 802-251-8157. Ballots must be received by the town clerk's office no later than 7 p.m. on March 3rd in order for that ballot to be counted. In-person early voting has begun already in the town clerk's office as of today, and anytime they are open to the public and have at least 2 election workers in the office, that will be available. It's available. That service is available until 5 p.m. on March 2nd, Election Day. It's Tuesday, March 3rd, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the American Legion. And that's all I have.
Thank you, John. Did you say that they were closed for lunch?
Yes, they're.
You did? Yeah, okay, great. Are there select board members who wish to comment?
Sure, I'll chime in. I think Oscar sadly wasn't at the ski jump because he was sick.
Oh,
sorry,
sorry,
Oscar. But yeah, I want to shout out the board of the ski jump. I want to shout out Peter Case for his amazing announcing for all the athletes. But that truly is a Brattleboro event where you see the community working together. Many of the people sitting here in the audience I saw working at the ski jump, so myself included. And I also want to recognize the death of the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Oscar?
No, thank you.
How about this side of the aisle?
None here?
Yes.
So I've been asked to make a couple of clarification based on, I've been having a lot of the Articles 2, 3, and 4 on this year's ballots, which have to deal with representative town meeting versus Australian ballot versus open town meeting. And some of the concern that has been at least relayed to me was that people are not understanding that there will, regardless of what option we end up with, if we end up with all 3, if we end up with 1, there will always be that informative meeting beforehand. And I think people are thinking that they're going to lose their right to sort of weigh in a fashion before people get into a voter's booth or get into a town meeting. So I just wanted to make it clear that the informational meetings will always be there, regardless of how you vote. So I've been asked to make that clarification. I felt it was an important clarification, so that's really, that's the only thing I really wanted to add in and just be able to let you all know that your option to kind of learn about the things that we'll be deliberating or voting on will have an option for discussion.
Thank you. So let's open up the meeting to public participation, and this is an opportunity for the public to weigh in on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. So far I see Tom, Kate, and Ivan. Tom? You'll pass.
Madam
All right.
Chair, should we approve the minutes?
Why do I not see that on here?
It's way up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good work by our clerk. Can I have a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve the minutes from January 13th, January 15th, January 20th, and January 22nd, 2026.
Great, thank you. Isaac has made a motion to approve the minutes from January 13th, January 15th, January 20th, and January 22nd. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. That's 5-0. Now, back to public participation. Tom has demurred. Kate?
Hi everybody, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just want to get on the ski jump congratulatory train. And I want to make it really clear to everybody that you might not know this, but it's an actually all volunteer committee that spends an entire year putting that event on. And it's an amazing thing to go to and realize it's a bunch of volunteers that live in our community that spend a year doing that. So I want to give them a huge shout out for the work that they do. I work at the Chamber of Commerce, and I can't tell you how many people called from somewhere else to ask about coming to the ski jump. So we owe that committee a huge celebratory confetti up in the air. I don't think we can thank them enough. So I just want everyone out there to know it's literally a group of volunteers that do that wonderful event.
Thank you, Kate. Ivan.
Ivan Hennessy, thank you. I understand that Assistant Chief Evans will become the Chief of Brattleboro Police this spring. And last year, perhaps the year before, there was a Freedom of Information Act request which revealed an extensive and friendly...
Is this a personal attack against Mr. Evans?
No. So, I understand that there was an extensive and friendly correspondence with the proprietor of Planet Wank, and I would like some clarification for people who might have a restraining order or a no trespass order. If they don't feel that the police department is appropriately responsive, what is their course of action?
You want me to answer that? Well, if anyone's concerned, they can certainly come to me. They can also go to the state police and file a complaint there.
All right. Anyone else has a comment from this in person? I'll move to the computer.
Hi, Elizabeth. I just wanted to also give a shout out and accommodation and recommendation and salutations to BCTV streaming it live, the event for the Harris Hill Jump out there. To many people who couldn't go in person, I think they deserve as much recognition as everyone else. The setup and everything, because this is a big event. I don't know if it's bigger than the Super Bowl, but it is a huge event for a lot of people traditionally to come out to that, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for this as well. Thank you.
All right. We're ready to move on. We can talk about the consent agenda. John, will you give us a thumbnail sketch of that?
Yep, you have 7 items on the consent agenda tonight. If you approve this agenda, you'll be approving staff to apply for an AARP grant that would pay for a flashing beacon and improvements to the crosswalks at the intersection of Greenleaf and Western Ave. You'll be approving a first and third class liquor license renewal for the Brattleboro Co-op. You'll be approving a $60,000 contract to secure the auditing services of Telling and Hillman of Middlebury. You'll be approving the capital replacement of Police Cruiser number 2 for $89,000 from McMulkin Chevrolet of Nashua, consistent with the FY26 capital plan. You'll be reappointing Eric Lineback to the DVFiber board for a 1-year term with Planning Director Sue Fillion serving as an alternate, and you'll be approving 4 special event permits in support of the Brattleboro Luck Crawl that will be on March 12th.
Great. Does anyone from the select board have an item that they'd like to remove from the consent agenda?
I would, please. Yes, I'd like to pull the police cruiser replacement from the consent agenda. I talked with John about it.
All right. Amanda has made a motion to remove the police cruiser replacement from the consent agenda. All select board members in favor of that movement, please.
Just point of order. I thought we had it in our rules that if one board member wanted to pull something, we would just do it. Yeah. Is that?
I'm not sure about that. Let's check with John.
Okay.
I believe that's true, yes.
Okay, very good. So there you go. It is hereby pulled.
Thank you.
And it will be the last item on the agenda, which would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And would someone like to make an amended motion for the consent?
Sure. I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Great. Oscar's made a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any select board members not in favor, please say no. Didn't you keep your hand up?
Oh, no, I said.
Oh, very good. Okay, so it's 5-0. Thank you. Now, regular business. All right. Encampment policy. So we had a lengthy discussion on January 6th regarding the encampment policy as set forth by the health officer, and we had commentary by members of the public. We also had commentary by an ACLU attorney who is with us here tonight. And the majority of the board members chose to continue that discussion, and so that's why we're here tonight. John, do you want to introduce it any further?
Not really, but I would urge the board to invite Jessica Radbourd, the ACLU attorney, to the table. And she has a presentation for you tonight, and Seth, I think, has that loaded. So,
all right, Jessica, welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. All righty. Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Radbourd. I'm a senior staff attorney at the ACLU of Vermont. And before we get started, I do just want to thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you today about our alternative vision for responding to unsheltered homelessness in Brattleboro. Next slide, please. At the ACLU of Vermont, in addition to litigating, we also advocate for policy changes. Next slide. And so the reason why I'm here today is to advocate for policy change, provide information. This is not legal advice. Next slide. Quickly on our agenda, there's a little change. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to talk about some pending legislation and the pilot policy and proposal that we put together that you'll find in your packets. And you've got the slides for the state of Vermont's duty to people experiencing homelessness in case you want to look at them later. Next slide. All right. So for pending legislation, first up, H885. That is life-sustaining activities on public lands. I've given you the link to the bill on the PowerPoint. And the bill's goal is to make sure that when shelter isn't available and accessible, people have a place in each municipality where they can engage in life-sustaining activities like sleeping, camping. And so when I drafted our proposed policy, I did it with this bill in mind. Slide. Next up is Committee Bill 26-0766, which came out on Tuesday of last week in House Human Services Committee. The bill presents, it's basically a full overhaul of the homelessness response system in Vermont as we know it. The legislative intent, and this is just the language of the bill that I'm sharing with you, is to reduce homelessness and eliminate unsheltered homelessness. As of Friday, it was still being drafted. I didn't get a chance to check today, so things might have changed as of today. But the things that I wanted to highlight for you are two significant new obligations for municipalities, and they're included on the slide. The first is partnership to help the Department for Children and Families expand alternative emergency housing models. That's all that the bill says, so I wasn't sure if that meant something like what exists in Burlington, which are emergency shelter pods, or if it was something else. The other new municipal obligation in the committee bill is to ensure equitable access to shelter that doesn't have eligibility requirements when the National Weather Service declares a cold weather advisory. So the policy proposal, the reason why I wanted to cover this first is because the policy proposal that I'll be talking about today was something that was put together before this bill language was released, and I was trying to balance the rights and needs of people experiencing homelessness with town resources. But obviously, if there were legislation that passed in the state that required something more robust, then I would want to retract this proposal in favor of that more robust thing. All right. So in the materials that you got, I presented a positive vision of all the possibilities that I thought could be in a policy proposal. But today I'll share a little bit more about why I thought it was worth doing that, not just because I have this positive vision, but because I did have some concerns about the things that were in the town's policy. Okay. I did put this together as a pilot because at the ACLU of Vermont, we don't think anyone should be unsheltered. We believe the state owes a duty of care to people experiencing homelessness, and that we're not adequately protecting people if they're left outside. So I framed it as a pilot because I very much hope springs eternal, that things are going to change within a few years. Okay. And I do want to highlight that the policy proposal that I put together, I was trying to get certain concepts in there, but it's not an all or nothing thing. I see it as an opportunity to start a conversation about these different items: location, notice, opportunity to be heard, storage of personal property, keeping records of what's happening, and equity issues. So Brattleboro could opt to make changes to its approach to a greater or lesser degree on any number of the concepts that are outlined here. It's a menu. And when I was reviewing the policy, I tend to look at things in terms of like legal themes. And so the themes that I was looking at in your policy and when I was writing the one that was presented in your materials is first, breadth. So we don't want a policy that's so broad that restricts people from an area so large that basically by necessity people who are unsheltered will end up violating it by simply just having to be somewhere. Second, a policy has to be clear enough that people can understand what conduct is prohibited or what actions they're required to take. Third, we want to see clear rules because that means that it's more likely to be everyone gets treated the same. Fourth, a policy has to incorporate reasonable due process protections and protections for people's personal property. And finally, I look at record keeping and transparency. All right. So people under our Vermont Constitution, we have a right to our life and liberty. We have a right to exist. And if you exist, you have to exist in a place. That's an unalienable right under the Vermont Constitution, captured in Article 1. And so when I was listening to the encampment approach that Brattleboro has right now, I couldn't, when I look at a map, I couldn't figure out where someone's supposed to go, where they'll be okay. And when shelter isn't available, people who don't have a place to stay shouldn't be in the position of being pretty much bound to violate a rule by necessity. I like taking the guessing out of things. And so recognizing that people experiencing homelessness exist and they have to exist in a place, our proposal includes permissible encampment spaces. In 2018, the ACLU of Vermont resolved a case against the city of Burlington on behalf of people experiencing homelessness. That's the Croto case that I've linked to here. And in the policy resulting from that settlement, you'll see that there are still certain areas where people experiencing homelessness aren't allowed to camp, and then there are other areas where they're able to go so long as they follow certain rules. So there's a place to be. That's the critical thing there. So since people are existing somewhere in a place, to to protect public health, I think investing in making that place safer is just good policy. And that was something that I noticed that you had talked about at the January meeting. And so in the policy proposal that we put together, we included toilet facilities and waste receptacles to be able to keep the place cleaner. There have actually been a couple of cases in other states where this sort of thing has come up. So in that LA case that I linked here, the settlement was safe places to be able to shelter outside, and also the development of more emergency and permanent housing. Okay. And looking at Town Manager Potter's memo responding to the proposal that I put together, I noticed that he said that we didn't designate a space for an encampment, and I definitely don't think that it would be my role to suggest a space for an encampment. I think that that's something that the local community would know way more about than I would, and it would take a lot of public input. I live in Burlington, and Burlington's moving forward with an overdose prevention center, and did not just say, this is where it's going to be, because they would have gotten a ton of pushback. So there was a lot of public comment, a lot of public input into that. And I think when you do that, when you have public input into where can we do this thing, that it takes out, because people are invested in it, because people have been involved in it, that I think you'll have a lot more buy-in and hopefully not as many complaints. I did also just want to take this time to note in the town manager's memo, he was providing some estimates of what something like this would cost, and I think his range was between $1.05 million and $3 million. But that seemed way bigger than anything that we had been contemplating. So, for instance, in Burlington, they have those pod shelter homes that I'd mentioned before, and that's 30, tiny shelters that have full electricity and heating, and, they've got toilet facilities, and that was $1.6 million. So this is just a safe place for people to be able to be on public lands, and I don't see it as being anywhere near that costly. I also did want to note that it doesn't, although I do talk about supportive services in the proposal, my thinking was that there are people in the community already doing the work who get state and federal funding to do outreach to people experiencing homelessness. And so it's not the town hiring a new person to fill that role that someone is already filling and really well. And I think Libby from Groundworks is here, and I'm sure she'd be happy to answer questions about that later. And I know that the people in the community, the nonprofits in the community, are already doing this work and really are able to work very well collaboratively with the town. If there were any costs, again, there's legislative action happening in the State House, and although, it sounds like they aren't moving in the direction of providing support for this sort of thing, I think there are definitely opportunities there. All right. So moving on. Next up, right to due process. So I've got our Vermont constitutional protections for due process up here, like notice and the right to be heard, and providing process for the protection of personal property. That's Articles 4 and 11 of our Vermont Constitution. So these constitutional protections, both in Vermont, there's similar ones in other states too. They're generally interpreted to mean that for people experiencing homelessness, they have a right to some notice of an intent to remove their property from a place, a right to be heard, to have some sort of appeal process, and a right to have their possessions stored for a reasonable period of time. And I provided you with some links to court cases from a variety of places that talked about that. But in our Croto case, the one that was in Burlington in 2018, the negotiated policy that resulted provided 7 days notice before a person's personal property would be removed, a right to object to the removal, and a right to have possessions stored for 30 days, which is pretty similar to what I put in the proposal that was presented to you. Next. All right. So according to the approach that was presented at the January Select Board meeting, what and looking at the materials that were provided, it looks like sometimes there's no notice that's provided in advance, and other times it's around 24 to 48 hours. So that's really, really short. I also, assuming that the notice that was in the PowerPoint from January is the one that's being used, it provides so little information. There isn't, for instance, 211 on there, or groundworks, or some of the other great community resources listed in the notice. And I think when it comes to having a more detailed notice, it isn't actually a time-consuming thing. You just have a template, right? And then it's still just filling in a few items on a template that just has more information in it. So in the proposal that I provided, you'll see that I bulleted out some things that I think you would want to see in a notice, some core elements to inform the recipient of what's going to happen, why it's happening, when it's happening, and how they can contest what's going to happen. And what I was trying to do was strike a balance between public safety and the need to provide a reasonable amount of notice. So in some situations that are, really clearly defined, like if there's a particular location, sensitive location, where it just isn't safe for anyone to camp, that's posted, people know because it's in the policy, here are the zones where you just can't be, or if someone's in the middle of a roadway, notice and removal is happening at the same time. There is no advance notice. That's a public safety issue. And people were already on notice because the policy told them, these are the exact areas where you really can't be, otherwise your stuff is, because it's just not safe. Whereas for other areas, it would be 7 days. That's the same length of time as what was in the policy that resulted from the Croto case. And I think it's not only better for the person who's experiencing homelessness to get more time to be able to figure out their next steps. If the person actually does successfully figure out their next steps, it saves the town time and money because the person has moved themselves, and so you don't have to move their stuff for them. One thing I did want to flag too is I'm a big fan of, putting a note in a notice that for people with disabilities, if they need a reasonable accommodation, that they can request that from the town. I did suggest, just because I think it's generally good practice, this is not legal advice, just information, it's generally good practice to have, someone like, who as part of their job is an ADA coordinator who just knows how to answer those sorts of questions around reasonable accommodations. And so letting a person know how they can get in touch with that person. All right. Okay. Next due process topic is the right to be heard. And from what I heard at the January meeting and reviewing those materials, it didn't seem like people have an opportunity to appeal, but do correct me if I'm wrong. Next one. All right. And we see the opportunity to be heard as a critical element of due process, and how that happens can vary depending upon the circumstances. So in our proposed policy, appeals could be heard as an informal conference. And I probably should have included a definition of an informal conference in the definition section, but I don't see that as, a full-blown hearing in front of 5 people. It could be something like, a designated person to reach out to who wasn't the original decision maker, who can, who knows the facts of the situation and who can just hear the person out and be able to say, here's why we're making this decision, because you're in this area, we already gave you the notice, etc. And I think in addition to helping people feel like the process is more fair and giving them the chance to say, oh, but hey, wait, I think, I am in the authorized area, it also... it just generates more public trust. And for the person who's boots on the ground, potentially having to remove an encampment, for them to be able to say, oh, hey, I'm not actually the one who made this decision. You got to do that appeal. That already happened. You had your informal conference. It can help keep them safer because they can say, oh, no, I'm just doing my job. I'm just here to remove these items. All right. And so far as how long things get stored and what actually gets stored, we tried to provide a little bit more clarity and a little bit more time than what was in the Brattleboro approach. So the language that I saw in the town's policy was to make a reasonable effort to distinguish between personal property and trash, but I didn't think that provided a lot of clarity. And we were also concerned that 14 days doesn't provide a lot of storage time for folks. So in our proposal, like the town, there's no requirement to store garbage or hazardous materials, but we tried to bring a little bit more specificity to that. So, for instance, by centering the perspective of an unhoused person, you can imagine, so I don't like blankets that are not soft or if they have pills on them. And so I might toss that, whereas it still serves a purpose. It can keep someone warm. And so it's when I talk about, seeing things from the perspective of an unhoused person, something that someone else might throw out, if it's still serving a useful purpose, that we don't want to consider that to be trash. It's just providing a little bit more clarity. And for storage, I also tried to strike a balance. One of the big issues that I've heard from my unhoused neighbors is that when they lose their ID, it's, just really burdensome for them to replace it. It costs money and it slows down the process of, applying for benefits or getting housing. And so what I did in the proposal was I sort of pulled these small items like IDs out and gave them a longer storage period and potentially, just to stored it in a tote at town hall for those tiny items, whereas for other items, doing 60 days. All right. Another component of our policy involves keeping records. And if you look at the language of the Vermont Public Records Act, I think it provides a great way of thinking about why do we keep all these records? So the policy purpose behind the Public Records Act is to create a record so that you can keep the procedural flow moving, documenting that proper protocols were followed, and making it easier to show how programs are working. And the town's proposed policy didn't seem to have any documentation requirements or maintain a log of activities. I can't help but think that that is happening in some way, shape, or form, but I didn't see it really built in there. But I do think that documenting things well actually can protect you from liability. So our proposal includes, quick and easy ways to document what's happening. Like in the Croteau policy in Burlington, you take pictures to just document, yes, this notice was left at this campsite. A log makes sure that people have access to important information, like where stored items were found and a short description of the items so that the wrong person doesn't get somebody else's personal property. When you've got that little description in there, you can say, oh, yeah, these were the things in the red tent. It also helps you to evaluate the policy by giving you the ability to run reports. Is it the case that people are picking their stuff up within 14 days? And so maybe we can rethink our policy. Okay. And that's actually, we can skip all the rest because I don't want to take up too much of your time, but you've got it in the material so you can look at it later. I wanted to leave plenty of time for questions. Again, it's a menu of options.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we have this discussion this way? You stay put, and then I'll ask the health officer, Charles Keir, to join you at the table, and then Jessica, Chuck can be talking about your points and how they relate to his policy that he developed. Okay. That seems normal. And then we'll have a select board discussion, a public discussion, back to the select board. Okay? Please.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks.
AC Keir. So, Chuck, do you have anything to say in relation to Jessica's presentation and how it relates to town policy?
There are a lot of elements that she discussed that we cover within our policy. I think there's a lot of elements that she discussed that are outside of our policy, probably outside of our purview, and more of a decision that needs to be made by the select board and town manager.
Mm-hmm. And then I think you were saying that the policy that exists now was made with the understanding of ACLU elements. Would you
That's
like
true.
to expand on that?
Yep. So when we developed the policy about 3 years ago, we referenced the ACLU a great deal when we developed this policy. So along with other agencies and organizations within the state and for the country.
And so those elements are many of the things that Jessica spoke about, like due process and...
Yep. Mostly was reference to those items that would be necessitate the removal of the encampment and the priority for removing those encampments, along with the need to integrate non-for-profits such or agencies such as Groundworks, HCRS, Age Project, those type of it.
And so that is occurring now, and that was something that that Jessica presented this evening to expand upon that? Did
you would like me to expand upon that?
No.
I guess I didn't understand.
I'm just saying that we have a policy now that has those basic elements about working with Groundworks and other
100%.
agencies.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, we do, and that was the policy that I presented a few weeks ago or back in January.
January 6th. Yeah, great. All right, so do we have, John, is there something that you wanted to present about your memo?
No, I just tried to look at the proposal and identify risks that the board should consider before they adopt it. And so I spelled those out in pretty much all the categories as it was presented in Jessica's proposal. I'm happy to answer any questions about that if the board has any.
So let's begin with the board, and then we'll go to the public and then come back to the board. Are there members of the select board who have questions for Jessica or Chuck? Isaac?
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation and for preparing this possible policy. Could you speak, Jessica, to what you would anticipate being the cost of implementation of this policy, and if there are things here that could be implemented that would not have a cost implication for the town?
Sure. So the thing that I think would have a cost would be if there isn't an area of town that has accessible, for instance, public bathrooms, because I do think that people do need bathrooms, and so whether it's in a designated space or somewhere else, that is just a beneficial thing to have. But that could potentially have a cost if you don't have spaces with accessible public bathrooms. The next one, changing the notice to make it have more details in it, that is free. So I would anticipate, you've got it's not called a COC anymore. There's a special name. Where's Libby? Help me. Thank you.
Would you repeat that, please?
It's the Local Housing Coalition. So I would guess that the Local Housing Coalition that works with people experiencing homelessness would be really helpful in helping to put together that notice. Tapping partners to help, always beneficial. Let me think. Storage, I would imagine, could have a slight increase in cost if you were storing things for longer. Having someone available in case someone, needs a reasonable accommodation or wants to, have an informal conference to see if they can have a little bit more time for removing their belongings, I think would be pretty minor. Even in, big public housing authorities where they do more formal hearings, it's, just a small part of someone's job. So I saw that as just being a very small part of a person's job. Would there be anything else that I don't think so. I know I was doing a little bit of research yesterday to try to figure out, were there other municipalities where they were doing more designated encampment areas? And the ones that I found were much bigger than what we're talking about here. But even there, there's one that I saw that was, I think, 4 encampments for several hundred people, and it was around $350,000.
I'm sorry, where was this?
That was in Grants Pass, Oregon, believe it or not. It was a little hard to tell what the final cost was because there were a lot of debates around what was going to be there, like fencing and so forth.
Any more questions?
Not right now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other board members? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And Chuck, thank you again for being up here and talking to us about this. I guess a couple different questions and thoughts. On the campground side, I think there's sort of 2 big components to this. One is the idea of tweaks and adjustments to our policies that maybe move things more or less in different directions. The other is the bigger idea of a place where people can actually camp. So separating those 2 out a little bit, when you picture, could you just help me picture what a lower cost version of a camping area would look like? Would that just be an open area where people don't get their tents removed? That seems like it wouldn't be enough in terms of infrastructure and sort of staff engagement. But as soon as you start to add those things in, I feel like the costs go up very quickly. So I'm wondering if there's a mental picture you have of successful versions of this, something like that.
And as always, to be clear, I would much rather that no one were unsheltered.
Certainly.
That is the dream. We can do this, but where we are right now, I have the understanding that there are some municipalities in Vermont that have a bit of a "we turn a blind eye in certain areas" approach. And then what's available in those areas can be a range of different things.
Okay. Thank you. Chuck, on just rattling off a couple of the things that were discussed in the presentation, there was longer notice, there was an appeal process, there was longer storage, there was sort of more differentiated storage. Let's take the example of pulling out IDs, and maybe we keep those forever in a drawer or something, or for a year. And then documentation maybe in the form of, we take a picture of every notice we put up, or we take a picture of every, I know we do take a bunch of pictures during the process, but are there things on that list that to you sound that are more on the burdensome end of the scale, and things that are more on that would be a change but relatively lighter lift?
Sure. I mean, I don't like to use the term burdensome.
Sure.
And so I do think there's a lot of the things that has been discussed that will be costly and or require additional staffing to do. I think that's a really important part as we talk about some of these things. Documentation of the photos and that's already happening now. Altering that in some manner to making it completely transparent to the public, that's not a concern or a burden. But some of the things that are concerning are the risks that we put our current employees to. Mm-hmm. For example, filtering through even a knapsack or a backpack or some sort of thing to look specifically for specific documentation puts our employees at an inherent risk for needle sticks, exposure, a number of different other things. So getting that additional training for those people, getting the additional staff to do that, and that would be a very time-consuming thing as well. So if this board were to make that decision to go to the encampment level at that level, I would encourage you to consider the staff time that would be part of that. Some of the other things that you talked about were the notification time. I think it's really important to look at the public health aspect of that. And when we're notifying for an encampment for removal, we oftentimes, if that encampment has no inherent risk to public health, then that we give a lot of opportunity for that encampment to take place and for them to remove those belongings. But as we deal with encampments that are on town property or in a public space, those and we're dealing with large amounts of hypodermic needles and or other associated things that we commonly find, whether it be human feces or rotting material, food waste, rodent attractants, stuff like that. Those are the ones that we try to post for 28 to 48 hours. That's not for any other reason that it is an inherent public health risk that we need to deal with. I think the level of posting and the appeal process, I think that's something that we can look to incorporate a little bit more. I mean, we have our posting now, it gets posted. I would encourage dialogue about how we can better do that. We typically try to communicate with those people that are in that state as soon as we can, if we can at all. A lot of times, if we're not able to make that level of communication, we then work with agencies such as Groundworks or some of those other agencies to, hey, have you seen or do you know this person that's living here? Can we begin some level of conversation at your organization to do that, so that we can remove this encampment and they don't lose their belongings, they don't quite feel violated in the nature that some do. So I think there's some of that could take place that maybe is better. In terms of an appeal, I think while we're out there doing these things, I think the appeal process could take part as well, but I think that would be another conversation about staff and time. While I'm out there currently doing that, I answer to you guys, as I explained. I'm the town health officer. I answer to the Board of Health. So the appeal in this nature would be to you guys as the select board. It could be somebody different, sure. And I think that could be developed in the policy, but as the town health officer, it is of the right of my decision to make an appeal to the Board of Health.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both.
Can I correct?
Sure.
Just to be clear, we would not ask for you to go through someone's bag. Leave the bag can be left alone. It's more if you find an ID that's an easy thing to keep for a longer period of time.
That's all I have.
Amanda?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'll be brief. I want to clarify one thing. We do have a public bathroom that's in the new substation. Am I right, John?
Yes.
And the hours of that public bathroom, the inside public bathroom, are...
I'm not sure. We may have a staff person in the back who knows the hours currently on that. Assistant Chief Evans, do you know the hours of the restroom?
I believe it's 8:30 to 4:30.
8:30 to 4:30.
8:30 to 4:30, enter the, and it's an inside bathroom that's open to the public in our new substation. I want to say thanks, Jessica, for taking the time to provide your feedback. And I want to thank you, Chief Kerr, for your careful policy. I think that we're headed in the right direction to support people in our community without roofs over their head. I think that we actually have a clear and compassionate response to homelessness in our community that is guidance for our staff. The current policy we have in Brattleboro, I believe, is a clear direction for our staff, has good structure and is compassionate. It is also legally permissible, as reported by our town legal staff. It is not in any violation of constitutional or legal. It does not have any constitutional or legal defects. it's also open to be amended at any time. So though I thank you for your feedback, and I hear that our assistant chief has certainly taken note of it and could make future changes. But I firmly believe that our current town policy meets our needs at the time, and I also am impressed by how our town of Brattleboro has stepped up to support people in our community in need, whether it's the Beloved Shelter, the 69A, Groundworks Collaborative, HCRS, and I firmly appreciate our Human Services for the work that they do and the work that our town does, our Brattleboro Police Department, our Fire Department, our Department of Public Works.
I haven't gone yet, so did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just realized I forgot to say what I actually think, which is briefly that, like last time, same as at the last meeting, I'm comfortable with our current policy. I would be comfortable with some of these changes that we've discussed, or as is. I think we should keep working to improve it and look for opportunities to make it better. And then on the bigger question of camping accommodations on public land, I'm still very interested in it. I'm still overwhelmed by the challenges I see with it, but I also want us to keep working on that. So.
Okay. So, Jessica and Chuck, thank you both very much. I have some really kind of basic questions that your presentation prompted. And again, I thank you for both of you. So state law, as far as I understand, I mean, you talked about the Constitution, Jessica, but from my understanding is that the state of Vermont does not allow camping on state land. And the state of Vermont does not allow camping on public lands. But it does allow camping on private lands. And so your discussion is focused on town land. It's not focused on state land. Why is that?
Because I'm here today. I thank you for having me, because you were looking at the town encampment policy. I do have the part of the presentation that we skipped is on why I think the state of Vermont does have a much larger burden and to respond to homelessness, and why municipalities might want to be wary of having any of that responsibility, or having a lot of that responsibility shift to them.
Right. Thank you. And so my concern is that, there may be people who own property in Brattleboro who wish to allow camping on their property. And if they were to do so, I would imagine they would go to Mr. Keir and find out what public health requirements need to be established in order to provide that. Is that correct, Chuck?
That's correct. They could go to myself and or Brian Bannon, zoning, to make sure that they're meeting those camping requirements.
Great. And so the question of, where am I to go could be answered in that regard. And of course, Amanda talked about how people step up, and our town is amazingly generous and compassionate. So that could be done.
Yes.
I also wanted to talk about the bill that, Jessica, you mentioned. I never remember the name of them, but I'm sure you do. Wouldn't that create, yet again, another unfunded mandate for the town of Brattleboro to provide for encampments on town land and not state land? Like, is this bill discussing state encampments, or is it imposing a mandate on town property?
Are you talking about H885?
Yes.
On H885, it's just municipal lands.
It's municipal, yes. And I noticed that the legislature has a charming little quirk where they're always proposing things on municipal property and never on state property. So, let's discuss, I believe I'm the only select board member who's actually been to the cleanup of an encampment. It was an abandoned encampment, but it was a lovely Thursday morning, as I recall. And it was eye-opening to me, the amount of opioid use that had taken place on that encampment. And Chuck, would you say that the majority of the encampments do have a propensity to opioid use?
We have a significant opioid use problem in our community,
Yeah.
and it's very commonly seen in the encampments.
Right. And so I'm concerned when, because Chuck, you said we do wellness checks, and there's associated services from our community who join you, mostly Groundworks, perhaps others. How many people, or is there a percentage or some other number that you would say actually take the social service provider up on their offer for treatment?
While we're out doing our checks and while we're doing either encampments, it's a very small percentage. Oftentimes they've had some level of interaction with social service interaction. Maybe it wasn't positive, maybe it was positive, but for whatever reason, the number of return, I guess there's a lot of interaction. The social services are out there a lot, but the engagement from the population or from folks out there do not typically engage back.
Mm-hmm. So lastly, and I brought this up in January, but I think we need to reiterate, what this town does for people experiencing homelessness. First of all, our planning commission, our town plan has a very inclusive zoning ordinance with the goal, which is heralded among the state, that it's expansive and it allows for housing, and allows for housing of all kinds and all needs. And so the other element is that we also have these housing providers, like we have the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust and the Brattleboro Housing Partnership. And so there is a lot of low-income housing in our town. So we have housing for a broad range of people and their needs. But I'm concerned, on top of that, then we also have shelters. We have Groundworks, and I see Libby here, and we have the Winston Prouty Shelter, and we have the new Beloved Shelter, and then we have the new Morningside Shelter that's being built, I assume. So I would say that that's a tremendous effort on the part of the people of our town to provide shelter for people, probably more than many, many other towns in the state. Chuck, do you know whether any town in Vermont provides more diverse shelters?
I can't speak on that, but what I do hear is that Brattleboro is one of the most proactive communities looking after our folks.
Thank you, Chuck. And so then on top of that, we have the GA Motel Voucher Program. And so right now there's 221 people living in our town motels. And there's, children and families and people of all sorts. So this encampment issue is really, there's so many types of housing being provided. And my concern is that encampments isn't really housing. Like, the legislators don't even consider encampment in their discussion about providing housing because it's a lower standard of housing. And my concern is that when we reduce the standards for housing, whether it's the state of a shelter or the encampment policy, we are essentially lowering standards for people experiencing homelessness that we don't accept for anybody else in the community. And I don't like that. I want to have the same standards. So I reject a more robust encampment policy because I don't think it's the direction that anyone in the state of Vermont wants to go. And that's why I prefer the existing policy that we have, because it's humane and it's dignified and it affects the public health, but it doesn't legitimize something that's not really legitimate. And so those are my feelings. Should we open it up to the public?
I'd like to share something. Oh, first maybe Jessica.
Is it okay if I provide a little bit more information? I think I provided some charts in my presentation. So if you look at, and this is true statewide, if you look at the number of what are called extremely low income households, so less than 30% of AMI, I think we've got a bit over 20,000 of those. And then if you subtract off of that number, the number of subsidized housing properties where people are, typically paying around 30% of their income towards their rent. That's 9,999. And then if you subtract vouchers, that folks have heard about, so that helps you rent in the private market and you only pay 30% of your income towards rent. I think we have something like 4,720 of those. Maybe it's 4,200. In any case, the reality is there isn't enough affordable housing yet. If you go to the State House, you will hear lots of people talking about how we really need more affordable housing. And we end up with this gap of around 6,000 people. It's pretty gosh darn close to the number of people who are experiencing homelessness or are at risk of homelessness when you compare those two. And then when it comes to the shelter providers who are doing amazing work with very little, we don't have enough shelter beds right now. If you look at the rate of homelessness in Vermont, especially since 2019, since the pandemic, it's gone way up, but the shelter beds have increased a bit, but just not as much as they need to. And so I completely agree with you. We shouldn't have anyone who's unsheltered and outside, but this is just a Band-Aid. That's why I made it a pilot, because if people are outside because we don't have enough shelter beds and we don't have any housing that they can afford, someone's going to lose the race to get into shelter and to get into that affordable housing. And so where are they going to go? And are they going to have a bathroom? And are they going to have somewhere to throw out their garbage? And are they going to have somewhere to put their sharps? And I would hope that, the things that you've seen in the camps that caused you so much concern, if people had a bathroom, they would use a bathroom instead. And so the public health issues wouldn't be so severe.
Isaac, did you have further commentary?
Yeah, so we've heard a little bit about maybe this policy that we have is legal, but I think there's a difference between what's a legal minimum and what's needed. There, with an absence of places to go, an absence of private land that people have found to camp on, it does beg the question of, well, where are people to go? People have told me, okay, I was told not to camp there, but I've told where I can't camp, but where can I camp? And, it would be great if we had a house for that person or an apartment, but if there isn't that night, where is that person to go? And I understand that right now the shelter capacity in Brattleboro is 56 households, not counting when it's below 10 degrees below zero, then there's some more beds available. But I think that there's a way for us to, I would hope that there'll be a way to take the policy that we have, that you've created and been using, that approach, and take elements from this proposal that feel like the lowest hanging fruit, that feel like they're feasible to incorporate. Like, if you see identification or other valuables like that are small, that, storing them for 6 months, seems like a reasonable, low-cost thing that we could do. You mentioned the Assistant Chief Kier about the record keeping wouldn't add significant amount of time, or making that more publicly available about removals of encampments. Some of these things about notice. I think we could include some of those elements to make it just a little bit easier on people who are already struggling and then being asked to move along. And then, I think I echo what Oscar says, and I'm interested if other select board members would be interested in exploring the possibility of trying to find some, and maybe with directing the town staff or the planning commission could look into this in terms of finding some place in town where people could be directed to, that they could camp with some guardrails on that, taking into consideration neighbors, the impact on the community, clear expectations about what behaviors wouldn't be tolerated and the requirements for being able to stay there. But I think there could be some compromise or maybe some. But I don't think that I would want to see what the town staff could come up with in terms of what feel feasible with the resources that you have.
John, would you consider yourself interrogated to find out what you've put together about what something like Isaac is suggesting would entail?
Yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to come back to you at a future meeting with trying to incorporate what Isaac is suggesting with a budget. We'd be happy to do that. It definitely would take, I think, more capacity than we have, either in terms of new personnel or not doing other things that we're currently doing to provide services and shifting that time into those sorts of efforts that you described, Isaac. So I'd be happy to come back and visit with you again about those types of things if that's what the board wants us to do.
Well, let's not decide until we've heard from the public. So are there members of the public who would like to speak on this issue? Oh, there's a lot. Has anyone signed up?
Hi, my name is C.T. Trouble. There's a couple of things I would like to ask you guys. Okay, people ask the cops where to go. They tell the people, we don't care. Now, they will write you up. Then to go to
I'm sorry, sir. Could you direct your comments to me, please? Me. Thank you.
Then they give a person a thing to go to court. Okay? People have asked the cops where to go, where to stay. The thing with the needles, my girlfriend used to pick up needles. Now the cop arrests her and me for having needles on us. Now, I see a needle, I won't pick it up. Because people making it, so people don't want to clean up the needles. Now, I would like to know where this camping place is for people to go. I heard about that. Where is it? So the people know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Right. And that's what we're discussing right now. We don't have an answer for you.
Okay? In a couple of months, the drop-in will go up here on the, what do you call that place right up here? They were sub tents for a couple of days. Okay? But people can't camp there. But when drop-in say for a couple of days, they're okay. If they're fair for one, why can't it be fair for everyone?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't have any answers for you.
Now your court's getting filled. I stayed down to Penske Park many days under the thing when it was raining. Now I can't go there because you get no trespass. Even with this cold weather or rainy weather, people got to get under shelter. Where do they go?
Have you discussed these issues with Groundworks and the other shelters?
I won't have nothing to do with Groundwork.
And
why? I went to the hospital, and the hospital called them, and I took a paper. I had a bed there. They called me a liar. I got arrested down at the fire station 2 cops called them, told them I was going to jail. When I got out of jail, I lost my bet. People called them, and they called me a liar. And you don't call me a liar. I wouldn't call you a liar when I got proof that people called you. I
All
don't
right.
have nothing to do with it.
All right, thank you very much. We need to let others speak. Ivan?
Ivan Hennessy, Brattleboro. Despite what you've all heard here, I just want to reassure everyone that it's perfectly normal to need to use the bathroom after 4:30 p.m. and before 8:30 a.m.
Yes, Lisa Marie?
Hi, Lisa Marie. Okay, so a couple of things. One, I want to thank Sam from the Brat team, aka Paw Patrol, as a lot of people call. He's been doing absolutely amazing, helping everyone get to and from shelters. Like, it's just awesome. So thank you guys for letting him help us or whatever. Also, there's a few things. One, I tried to use the bathroom not too long ago down at the substation or whatever, and there's no button to push, and if there is, I can't find it, and the door was locked, and a lot of people cannot actually access that toilet. So if we can figure out how to, that would be amazing. Also, even if just to start, one plot of land and a porta-john or a box with a hole in the ground so someone can take a crap in private, that would be amazing as well. So as long as somebody has a place to go and they're not sleeping in front of a doorway, on a sidewalk, in the middle of the street, or wherever the heck they're going to drown, and where everyone's like, okay, you can go there, that would be amazing. So because getting no trespassed and getting, kicked out of each and every place, and then just recycling, going back to the same spots because they know, okay, well, they haven't been there for a week, so I'm going to go there or whatever. Like, having a place to go, it doesn't matter where it is as long as somebody can go there. So, but I could talk about this stuff for hours, and you guys know that, so love you.
Hands? Libby?
Hi there. I'm Libby Bennett. I'm resident of Brattleboro, and I'm the director at Groundworks Collaborative. Chair McLaughlin, I wanted to point out you were listing a sort of continuum of a number of shelters that we have in the community, but I wanted to just bring a little bit of data to that conversation to say, despite all of the affordable housing that we do have in the community and all of the shelter provision that is here and available to people, our outreach team at Groundworks since January 1st has come into contact with 112 unduplicated individuals in the town of Brattleboro who are living without shelter. And so what we have is not enough. And it is a wonderful thing that we have so many resources, but what we have is not enough. And I'm so sorry, Mr. CT, we used to have this fundraiser on the Common that we called Camp for a Common Cause. Peter Case was part of that fundraiser also, and we would obtain a parade permit from the town to camp there for one night. And you're right, it was not available to people at other times, but it was available to us for that one night of the year. And it's been a good 5 years or so since we've done that, probably more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hands? Yes, Mr. Smith.
Aaron Smith. I feel for the people who are homeless and don't have a place to go. I do have concerns of my own about affordability, and I think everybody in the town of Brattleboro has pretty much brought that up. I mean, when we're looking at a $27 million budget, it's one thing to set aside land, maybe even create bathroom facilities, but then there's the maintenance. And in these bills at the state level, have they taken into account the people that utilize that space be responsible for cleaning it instead of leaving it on the towns? Because a lot of towns, I imagine we're not alone, we're pretty strapped as it is. And I think, you know,
Mr. Smith, direct your questions to me, please.
I guess, you know, that's the gist of it, you know. To me, you know, I think people do need a place to go. I do wish I had an answer on how to fix it. I don't. But I have concerns about my ability to stay in my home, you know, and I don't think it's fair to keep dumping the responsibility financially on the town.
Thank you. Hands, please. Yes, sir.
Brendan O'Donnell, and I just wanted to say that, like, I was just recently kicked out of Groundworks. They were actually dishonest in their discharge reason. They did not give me any notice. They told me, hey, you're out of here. I don't know if anybody saw the baggage I was carrying coming in here, but I also had 2 sleeping bags, a sleeping mat, another bag of clothes, and an extra pair of shoes that they actually had Officer Evans chase me down the road, throw those bags onto the sidewalk, and then told me I was littering, that they were going to go in the trash if I didn't take them with me. There was absolutely no dignity in the way I was treated by Groundworks or Officer Evans. When I'm carrying all that stuff, I have no notice, I have nowhere to put that stuff, and I was expected to carry 3 extra trash bags about that big with all this stuff that I'm carrying now. Okay? Groundworks, I believe, has been working on this new Morningside shelter, this new one, for how long now? 2023, 2024, how long? Ever since that horrible accident happened? It's been a while, right? How much money has been dumped into that? I'm curious to know. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure Groundworks makes money off of the homeless people here. You know, so when you're talking about the cost of encampments, and every time I've gone to the transit, that bathroom has been locked. It's been locked. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? Yes, Gemma.
Gemma Seymour, Brattleboro. I'm very disappointed and troubled by the fact that discussions concerning unhoused people in our town are conducted with the implicit assumption that those experiencing homelessness in our community don't actually qualify as members of this community or constituents of our municipal government. That is wrong, and it is simply not how residency and constituency works in a free society, which the last time I checked, we consider ourselves to be. In a free society, each and every person is a member of whatever community they happen to find themselves in for whatever reason, regardless of circumstances. Everyone who is residing within the borders of the town of Brattleboro is a constituent of this town, of this select board, and has an equal right to exist within this town. Those of us who are elected or appointed to public offices or other positions of public trust have a moral duty and a legal obligation to protect the rights of all our constituents. No one believes this is an issue which can be solved without spending money, but it is equally obvious that we are already spending money on addressing this issue after the fact rather than proactively. Vermont state law is very clear that municipal governments have the power to designate municipal property for permitted camping, and I hardly think that anyone in this town thinks that that constitutes housing. It is a harm mitigation strategy and a cost-saving strategy, a rights-preserving strategy for those who deserve to have their rights equally protected by this town's government. We are going to spend this money whether we provide facilities for permitted camping or not. The smart move is to reduce expenses by reducing harm. Thank you.
Thank you. May I see anyone else in the room who would like to speak? Jackie.
Jackie Reese, District 9 rep, resident of Brattleboro downtown. Thank you, Liz, for pointing out what I was going to point out, which is that our town already does an awful lot. The policies that we have in place are very, very supportive. I also want to take notice of the fact that our the police department, the fire department, and the public works department all play a very important role in keeping both our downtown safe, but also the people who are suffering from not having any place to live. I know that Washburn is particularly welcome by the people who are downtown, and he goes around and asks them on just before the coldest days of the year were starting. From what I understand, he went around for 2 days asking everybody if they had some place, if they knew where they were going to go. We're a very compassionate town, and so then I have some questions. It was cited Burlington in 2018. Thank you. 2018. It's now 2026. How's that going? Sorry to direct that to you, but how is that going? From what I understand, there are a lot of complaints, and the town is now reassessing their policy. I understand that there are difficulties with these pods, with these shelter pods, and I understand that they're now beginning to take a more vigorous enforcement of the laws. The last thing that I just want to say is that the very same people who were here who have been arguing about funding the police, I'd like to know where they think they're going to get people who will now police or look over or take care of these encampments. I mean, the urban rangers, their salary goes somewhere between $50,000 and $70,000 a year. All right.
Thank you. I saw a hand in the back of the room. Mr. Ozer? You can hear either.
Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. I think two of these questions have already been asked, I believe, but I just wanted to see if we can get answers. Do you know what the cost of the current policy is, including the time that's devoted by staff from other departments that are assigned to that policy enforcement? And then I did encounter an officer on the street one day, and I said, so where can you go? He said, we really can't tell you where you can go. We can tell you where you can't go. So that's sort of the reality. I'm dealing with, in terms of all the housing opportunities that we have, I was encountering a person last couple of weeks who has gone through the system and gotten a case manager, a housing case manager. But the voucher amount, not too sure I'm explaining this right, the voucher amount does not meet the percentage of the rent. And the landlords that they've been talking to had bad experiences with people with those vouchers, so there's no housing available. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dina?
Hi, Dina Chadwick, District 9. This, it's a huge issue. There's a lot of different variables, and I don't have an easy solution, but I don't know if anyone's ever heard of treatment courts on this board.
Yes.
That is something that I think if any of you all can do is contact our legislator and try to get that going. Pennsylvania's doing that, and they're having a lot of success with it because it guides people to treatment and mental well-being, so they can get them off the street. So that's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be, we should be putting people in the right place.
As a matter of fact, we have a sort of acknowledgement from the judicial system that we can participate, but that court is in Woodstock. And so the problem is getting our people up to there. And it's very frustrating for our judicial system that that court in Woodstock isn't more accommodating. And I know I've talked to the legislators about that issue and hopefully work something out to be actually here in our town where it's needed, probably more than Woodstock. Yes, ma'am.
I did just want to point, I mean, as everyone knows, I think, because we've had both state and local permission to do so, 69A has been acting as an overflow shelter for the past 3 weeks while it's this cold. We don't have any of those things. We have no budget. You're talking about having to hire 1.5 to 2 employees. Lisa Marie and I both work 70 plus hours a week for free doing the things that you're talking about having to do to have this kind of place, and all of the things, including meeting material needs, the emotional stuff that you talk about. We've been working with the Brat team, with Groundworks, with the Beloved Shelter. We've been collaborating in a way that has worked every night to triage the people in our community into the appropriate spaces for them as far as possible. And that is an example of what we can do as a community with imagination and collaboration. It doesn't have to be a $3 million budget. It doesn't have to be run like a business. It's not a business. It's a place where people can be safe. At the bare minimum, there can be a place in town where people know that they won't be no trespassed, given further judicial barriers towards getting employment and housing. Have to experience that every night. And then it will, like 69A has been, again, we don't have paid staff. We don't have, everybody's been cleaning. Everybody's been taking care of it. We haven't had to call in services for anything really other than people self-requesting to go to the hospital for injuries or something or another. Like, it's been very beautiful. And again, it's been a collaboration between everyone who's experiencing homelessness, neighbors and other nonprofits, and like the police and fire department and state. And so I just don't think I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me I totally agree with you, Liz, obviously. Like, I don't think that focusing on encampments and spending money on encampments is the solution. I do think that identifying places where people can at least be safe from, where people can feel some kind of stability day to day. It goes such a long way to solving the issues that we all yeah. And people are also geniuses at coming up with collective solutions. And I do think we should prioritize landowners and homeowners. And there's a lot of grant money available in the state to do so. And people are, like Bob was saying, people are scared to take advantage of a lot of the grants that are available. For example, for helping people, you can get money to build an ADU, et cetera, as long as you promise to help someone exit homelessness. People are scared of that. And as a community, we can do a lot to mitigate that fear and make it more accessible to people and just try to find real long-term housing solutions for each other.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the 3 people online, and then the select board will decide what action to take.
Hi, thank you. I appreciated Chair McLaughlin's remarks on campsites not being the answer, and I also appreciated the responses that in this moment
I know your name, but the community.
Oh, I'm sorry, Laura Chapman. I also appreciate the remarks on the fact that for some people that is the only answer right now. And in thinking of terms of answers, I had asked at one of your meetings several weeks ago about the apparent limitation caps that are being set on motel rooms by the town of Brattleboro, the request from the town of Brattleboro to the state to limit the amount of motel rooms that are being used at certain motels. And I'm wondering, again, I'm going to ask the question if that can be reconsidered, because that is a solution that's right in your midst, that's not outside for some folks. And what's happening right now, to my understanding from an impacted person, and several stories I've heard over the past, and from looking at the September motel list, people are being sent out of community far away from their supports when they're willing to go. So they're being sent to St. Johnsbury, where they don't have case management, where they don't have their usual support systems and access to the things that they need, and into a strange community. I mean, it's basically like we're sending them away from home. That's one of the side effects of limiting these rooms. So if that's continuing to happen, not only is it removing shelter from the community, but it's also removing people from the community or asking them to make a really hard choice between going far away from everything they know or staying outside. And some of them are choosing to stay outside.
Laura, let me just interrogate you for a moment, if you are willing.
I'd rather you ask me questions, not interrogate me.
That's the way we talk about it in
I appreciate that. I think that we can talk in kinder terms. We're community, but okay.
Live in Putney.
I do.
There's motels in Putney. Do they house the homeless?
I'm not sure, to be honest. And that's a great question for our town. And that's a great question for that hotel. My understanding is that hotel at times has done that. But hotels have to be willing. And so I don't know that hotel management is always willing. What we're talking about in Brattleboro is hotels that are already willing. And it literally says on this list that the town is requesting, the municipality is requesting that they not be used. So I don't know the whole story in Putney, but I do know from looking at this paperwork that the town of Brattleboro is requesting hotel rooms not be used.
And it's interesting, too, because what Brattleboro has found is that many people in our motels are from out of the area or out of state. So as you said, taking people far away from their homes and bringing them to another town where they don't have the support systems, that's happening now. And that's
sure.
People from all over the state who are brought to Brattleboro.
Well, maybe if we stop sending people to St. Johnsbury, they'd stop sending people to us. I don't know. But
legislation that we're all very focused on. So,
but you have a thing that you could do right now. And so what I hear you doing is deflecting. Okay.
Your main topic. So I'm going to say thank you. Isaac, do you?
Yeah, a question for clarification. When did the town of Brattleboro request a limit on the motel's capacity and for the state, and who made that decision?
We could put this on an agenda, and I could address it in the future. It's not really germane to this.
Yeah, because it's already 8 o'clock. So who else? There's 2 more speakers.
Alyssa was first.
Hi, thanks for having me. This is a Alyssa Arroyo, RTM District 9. Super tough topic, a lot of tough choices to make. If they're not easy, we don't have a clear solution in sight. I guess my concern would be, or my question is, if there were to be any litigation arising from any negligence in supervision on these, the proposed encampments, would that litigation fall on the town? The town is already stretched super thin, and I would want to know, heaven forbid there was a wrongful death suit. How does the town protect itself from something like that? Maybe this sounds crazy or unethical or something, but would campers be required to sign a waiver or anything like that, and any type of document that would protect the town from any litigation that could arise from actions that unfortunately happen on these sites? My concern is for the safety of the campers, and negligence does happen. And if that would fall on the town, I can't support that at all. Possibly maybe any organizations that are affiliated with working on these encampments, maybe that could fall on them. But what would that look like? Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Good question. Hannah, do you want to opine on that?
Not really, no. I don't really want to speculate about a hypothetical, but generally speaking, there would likely be some sovereign immunity issues there. Tort liability for government actors is limited.
Thank you. All right, last question, and then the board will make some sort of decision. Good evening. Please state your name.
Hi, this is Lissa Weinman, and I just had a quick question after listening. Have there been any discussions with the Retreat Hospital about the use of some of their extensive properties for such an encampment? And I ask this because if it feels like in these discussions, the retreat is often it's always there, but it's never really part of the discussions that I've heard. And it seems to me and others I've spoken to that a lot of people come to Brattleboro for the retreat and then get released and kind of hang around here. And there hasn't been, as far as I understand, a lot of responsibility that the retreat has taken for its role in some of the issues the town faces. So I was just wondering if that has ever been discussed.
Thank you. John, do you want to be interrogated?
I'm happy to answer your questions, Liz. Yeah, we have had conversations with the retreat about shelter, and they have not seen that as part of their mission. So they have declined that sort of possibility. So.
Okay. I'll let Steve be the last questioner.
This is Steve Pearson, District 7. I just, again, wanted to point out, I think that in considering these encampments, I know that encampments inevitably turn into hot spots for drugs, distribution, etc. I think that's pretty broadly documented in the United States. Would this be seen to be a low barrier or a high barrier encampment? Are they going to let opioid use and distribution happen there, or are they going to actually ask for more kind of a cleaner setup? That would be my one question. And then the other question I would have is, again, Brattleboro carries way more of its more water per capita than anywhere else in Vermont, and certainly our region as well. And I think, is there any discussion about how to make sure if we're being told you've got to provide, we've already doing so much to provide housing shelters and services and low-income housing and housing subsidies, we're doing way more than anybody else. And so is there any discussion about per capita help that we're already engaging in when being told you've got to do more? Is there, to the other person's point about sending people to St. Johnsbury, how can we make sure this is equitable for all Vermont towns? So those are just two comments. The drug use in an encampment and how to make things equitable across Vermont.
Great. Thank you, Steve. And those are two questions that would enter into any discussion about there's a lot of complex details that are being discussed or need to be discussed if we were to go further. But before the select board deliberates, does anyone want to put a motion on the table?
I would like, but I see Isaac's hand up. Do you have another comment?
No, I had a motion I'd like to make. Mr. Here, were you going to say something?
If I could have 2 minutes, Madam Chair.
Sure.
There's a number of different things that were said tonight, and I heard a lot of them. And I just want to take a moment. One of the things is the professionalism that our staff have, whether it's the fire department, the police department, or Department of Public Works. It is unacceptable in any nature for us not to be compassionate, whether that person's in the wrongful law or breaching one of these many issues that we find inherently dangerous. And it's not uncommon for somebody to jump out of a dump truck to offer some water to somebody that they just removed an encampment, to have a law enforcement officer take the time to explain hours later when cooler heads can prevail the things that happened and what resources are needed. A fire department member to explain discharge papers that they received from BMH or from another thing. So things that a public servant would do, and I just want to take a note that the level of professionalism in each one of these organizations is relative of a public servant, and that's what we took the job to do, and that's to do anything but to serve the public.
Thank you, Chuck. Isaac, you have a motion?
Yeah, I appreciate the professionalism of the town. You're taking the time to share about the process that you did on that January 6th meeting. Assistant Chief Kier, along with colleagues from the town. And also, it was great to hear on January 6th about the plans to continue improving the process for the encampment removals and for people to be able to retrieve their belongings. That was great to hear about some initiatives that are underway on that. There are some really great ideas in this pilot policy that's been proposed this evening. Some things that would just make it a clearer process, a more consistent process that would include those elements of due process, and that would build trust in our community and make sure that we're looking out for all members of the community. So I move to direct the town staff to amend the approach to include elements from the ACLU pilot policy and to come back to us with an amended version of what the current approach has been.
All right. Isaac has proposed a motion that I didn't write down. But I think he said that he proposes to ask the town to come back to us with an amended policy for encampment care. Is that consistent?
That includes elements from the ACLU pilot policy.
Elements from the ACLU pilot policy. All right, Isaac. All those select board members in favor of that motion?
Well,
did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, can we discuss?
Please, of course.
Any elements in particular? Do we want to? There are things on here, I guess I'll say there are things on here that make some common sense to me that sounded like they wouldn't be super huge lifts that I would happily see the town incorporate. I also continue to be comfortable with the policy as written. But I think if we want to ask for something, I'd like to give a little clearer direction.
I'd love to speak. I am opposed to this motion. I would like to see us adopt our current policy, and because we learned from our town council that it can be amended. It's clear direction for our staff. It's time care, compassion has gone into this plan. I've heard about this plan on Vermont Public Radio. I've heard about this plan here in our select board room. I would vote against your motion. I think what we need to do is accept our town policy for now, and so that our staff has clear direction and guidance. I also think that everyone has been here for a very long time already tonight, and we have a long agenda. And so I'm going to vote no on your motion.
All right, so Isaac has moved to amend the town encampment policy to include elements of the ACLU's pilot policy. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
There you go. All select board members not in favor of that amendment, please raise your hand and say no.
No.
All right, so that's 1 to 4. Does someone have another motion?
You want me to say the motion? Okay, I'll say the motion.
You already did it.
It's easy. I move to formally adopt the town's encampment response approach as presented at our January 6th select board meeting.
All right.
Plain and simple.
Amanda has made a motion to formally approve or adopt the town encampment response approach as official town policy as presented by the town health officer at the select board's January 6, 2026 meeting. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All select board members not in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
There you go. So that's 4 to 1. And I thank everyone, especially, yes?
I have one other item under this topic, a question for John and then possibly a motion. But
all right.
If you can just refresh my memory, we at some point, did we look at the cost of just hiring a company to put up a porta potty and maintain it? Is that something?
It was $250,000
a year? Or
a unit.
Okay, so I remember the bathroom proposal, which was 500-ish for a new construction, but just like music festival, porta potty, they clean it once every X days. Is that something we've looked at?
As a matter of fact, we had it, it was before John's time. We had a policy. There were several porta potties deposited around town, and the problem is the maintenance. We couldn't find a reliable maintenance team. And I know that, for example, the church has one.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still have one.
I think they do not anymore.
Yeah, it's very problematic, and that's why we tried for years to have a proposal for a standard.
Yep.
And it actually there was in the substation proposal, but it was removed.
Yes. So I guess I don't know if this requires a motion or nods from the board. I would love to have town staff spend an hour on just cost. What would that look like? What would it cost? I mean, there are companies that do this. They are presumably not super squeamish about cleaning and maintaining porta potties. It feels doable, and the problems that would happen at the porta potty are otherwise just going to happen in public or somewhere else. So I'd like to at least take a look.
John?
Yeah, I'd love to weigh in. I mean, I think the outcome would be better served, Oscar, if we collaborated with one of our community agencies and not necessarily the burden of the town. I think that we have a lot of creative, engaged service agencies in our community. Groundworks is here right now. Like, let's have a conversation. We have one Brattleboro. Let's have a conversation about it. It also with our health officer, but I don't think financially the town, I just think it's worth having collaborative partners if you're going to engage in a solution like that.
I agree, and I'm not talking about directing the town to go do it, but I would love a little sort of cost information just to have in that conversation. If it's $150,000 a year, probably not going to do it.
And why don't you discuss with John, and then we'll talk about putting it on the agenda in the agenda setting committee at another time.
Sure. Okay. And anyone who wants to, I think the idea of pursuing it with community organizations is good. If there's energy on this board to do that, and people can privately do that before our next meeting or two, that would be a great addition to the conversation. So
Now-
yes, I will pursue that privately with John between now and the next meeting. And we
Great.
can talk about agenda.
Yeah. And so let me just thank you very much for your presentation and for your presence here and coming down here from Burlington. And it's all very much appreciated. And your insights. And Chuck, as always, I appreciate your professionalism and your wisdom. Right. So let's take a break for 5 minutes, and that would be 8:21. Okay. Bonnie Batchelder, can I call you to the presentation table, please?
Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for coming.
No problem.
So tell us about our finances.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to tell you that things are in good shape and on target. There's no issues, no major problems, and so things are where they should be. So let me just give you a few highlights. So these are your December financials. We're 50% through the year at December 31st. If we annualize the revenue and expenses, in revenue we've earned 58% and we've spent 47% of our budget. We have a surplus of $10,800,000. We have a cash balance of $16.8 million. And included in the surplus of 10.8 is approximately $9.5 million of receivables, which leaves straight revenue on a cash basis, as most people are used to thinking of 1.3. So we're in good shape there. The EMS revenue through the end of December is $651,000. And if we annualize that, we will be looking at approximately $1.3 million, which already exceeds the $420,000 that we have budgeted. So as you know, we've discussed before that I take the receivables that are on the books and I only capture 38% of those. If I take an average of the EMS billings that we have done and then what we've collected, we've actually collected 42%. So again, we're only capturing on a conservative level. Benefits are holding at 48%. Some of the costs that we pay up front, basically prepaid, our workers' comp, our risk management, our general liability, but those are all factored when I do the annualization of the expenses. Some people will look at the budget and look at the overtime for police, fire, dispatch, but I do a calculation which ensures and shows that the salary lines are less than what we budgeted, and if you take those together, we're still in line with where we should be in the budget. The utilities fund represents 49% of its annual budget, so it's where it should be. Expenditures represent 32%. Revenues currently are at $3.5 million, expenses $2.3 million, with a surplus of $1.1 million. The parking fund, we've collected 40% of our annual budget. We've spent 40% of our annual budget. We have revenues of a little over $400,000, expenses of $429,000, and currently have a deficit of $24,000. So overall, and the rest of the report shows the transfers, which I know that people have been interested in the past, and our reserve balances for the fire truck and the ambulance. So overall, the town is really where it should be, and a good representation of the voted budget.
Well, that's an excellent report.
Well, see, there you go.
Come back more often.
Okay.
I just had a question. Just to reiterate, this fire overtime budget has been offset by underspending of the staff salary line.
Correct. Yep.
And so that means really that there is no actual overtime expenditure. Is that correct? Is it entirely offset?
Yes, it's entirely offset. If you're looking at the entire salary picture, then yes, one washes the other.
Great.
So in other words, the understaffing is being covered.
Yes,
by the overtime
which
hours.
is the problem that we're trying to remedy.
Correct.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Let's let my colleagues comment. Oscar?
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Bonnie. Just a comment, which is just to hammer home this overtime versus salary things for people following along, because I really like how you've ended up doing it in this one. This is my favorite one. So that 50% of the way through the year, when you total up overtime and salaries and the other stuff, we've only spent 49%, so we're essentially right on budget. I think it is a great representation of the fact that though we are over, financially it is balancing out. So I think that 1% is a good visualization, and I'll look forward to seeing that in future ones because I think it's really helpful. Other area, I'm sure I'll be wrong, but I want to look at EMS revenue just to see if I am understanding the presentation. So at the moment, we've $650K in revenue so far for the fiscal year.
Correct.
I'm assuming that is a combination of cash receipts and receivables. Is that so? Yes. We have right now $330K in receivable revenue, which is actually only 38% of our actual outstanding claims, and then this is the amount we assume we're going to collect. And then we're adding that to something like $320K in actual received claims to get to $650K. Is that broadly right?
It's broadly right if you're isolating into 26. But
yes.
Don't forget, at the end of 25, we had $400,000 worth of receivables. So we have received those plus the money that we've received in 26. So you're trying to take an accrual-based calculation and back it into a cash basis. So you've just got to think of it in that perspective.
So the $650K number here includes FY26 claims that have been paid, FY26 claims that are still outstanding, and some FY25 claims that are incredibly old? Or?
No.
Okay.
No,
I told you I was going to be wrong.
No, it's fine. You used the term money that we have received.
Yes, that was a mistake.
Okay, so this $650,000 is purely FY26 revenue.
Okay.
It is money that we have received that pertains to FY26 and receivables that we have for FY26. When you're talking about cash receipts, you have to remember that we had cash accounts receivable on the books at the end of June of 25, of which we've received. Mm-hmm. And those were accounted for in 25.
Right.
Okay. So cash receipts is we've received the 25 receivables, which is a balance sheet item and not in this figure.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it accurate to say that the $650K is only related to EMS claims that were made during FY26?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So any FY25 claims that came in late or are still outstanding are not part of that $650K number?
For discussion purposes, yes. We could go into old things, but yes.
That is perfect. Okay, great. Perfect. Well, thank you. Those are my two questions, and I'm sure I'll have that last one again next time, but we can just keep doing it.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Who's next? Peter?
Oh, no, I'm just looking things over. I don't have anything at the moment.
Great.
Thank you for that.
You've stumped the stars.
Oh, geez.
Are there questions from the audience? Kate? Then Randy.
Hi, everybody. Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I am wondering, when are we going to get the report on the FY25 EMS revenues. Because I thought I was a crazy person, I went back through all of my stuff, and I have a memo from the town manager and people at the fire department on October 29th that talks about the EMS billing policy, outlines a whole bunch of stuff, and it says, as this is our first cycle of aged billing, a detailed review report is being prepared for November. So we have never, ever, ever, ever seen the FY25 actuals. What the last thing we saw was a memo that the fire department thankfully did at the end of June or July. I know there's a lot that goes into it. I would love to just not be told you're going to get it next month. So it's like, is there ever that we're going to be given this detailed report on aging and what the FY25 actual billing numbers are? If you tell me it's 6 months, that's fine. I won't ask for another 6 months. But we keep getting this, you'll get it next month. So I'm getting super frustrated. Thank you.
Board, do you want to ask town staff to prepare such an item?
Well, is it in some partial state?
Well, why don't we wait until the fire department speaks in the 2 items from now, and we
Sure.
can find out. Okay. Yes?
I'm asking this now because the fire department's report says if you want to know about EMS, it's in the finance report. So their fire department report has nothing about EMS, and they say, if you read your report that's in front of you, it's the finance report that's going to have the EMS stuff. So that's why I'm asking it now.
But we can ask the chief during that agenda item about the report. Does that?
It would be helpful if we could interrogate the fire chief at the same time that our treasurer and finance director is here, and so.
Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, Jay. Okay, so as a team, can you answer that question?
I need clarification on the question. So, are we looking for an aging report for FY25, or are we looking for a total cash in hand for 2025?
Kate?
Sorry, Kate. I just need clarity.
It's basically what we've been asking for 2 years now. 2 things. What is the aging report, and what is the FY25 revenue? Because we've never, ever seen what the EMS revenue is for FY25. An actual number, not 38% of what we billed. But then in October, it sounds like you folks were doing some kind of aging report that was going to say, here's what we're taking to collection, here's what we don't think. So I think there's 2 things going on that we've never, ever, ever gotten. And I don't expect the fire department. I've always thought it was weird that you guys are doing the numbers, so I'm not like trying to be mean to you or anything.
So I'm going to take a crack at this. It's complicated, right? We've been saying that the whole time. We can give you where we stand right now for FY25. I think pretty easily what was billed and what we received in FY25. The struggle with an aging report is the depth of digging you have to do to put all that together. That we have not done, and we've kind of stood by that. That's like a whole bunch of staff time to put that accurately together. We are still bringing in FY25 funds because we just we're taking on a collection agency to start turning those bills over to start collections. That's all FY25 monies. So it's a lengthy ongoing process because from date of billing, they essentially have an entire year before it can go to collections. So we're still in that process.
So this moving target, I mean, Bonnie was talking about funds that had been collected in the previous year as well. So it's a shapeshifter, really, because money's trickling in, right? And so that's a problem. So what about Kate's question? Can we have a aging report for 2025, and then I think she asked for something else. Yes.
And or an estimate of what it would cost to pull that together? Is that something that we have capacity and budget to do?
So Bonnie is saying yes.
Okay.
I think give us the opportunity for Bonnie, myself, and Billy to sit down and see exactly what that looks like and see what we can put together in a reasonable amount of time.
That sounds like a lovely answer. Thank you very much.
And so it sounds like aging report, maybe, you guys are going to get together, and then some sort of at least point in time, like, yes, there's still outstanding claims, but a closed books actual cash revenue for FY25, which I'm sure we have in some spreadsheet somewhere. And something else that I forgot. Great.
All right. Don't go away because Heidi's raising her hand. And I'm sorry, Randy.
And I will, Heidi Fisher, District 7, and I will once again make my plea for what are the expenses in comparison to the revenues. We still have not seen that either.
And the problem with that, Jay, is that the expenses are commingled with the fire department.
So I did provide that in one of the memos. I don't remember which. I thought it was the end of FY25. Maybe not towards, I don't know. I know I provided it. And again, this is, this question keeps coming up, and we're providing to the best of our ability, but we're a multi-service provider. So all of our people provide multiple service, hazmat, fire, EMS. We all provide these dual roles. So I can once again use that number of personnel that I used prior, but it's of people's opinions of what EMS cost and how. There's no formula. There's no nationally accepted formula that says if you're a fire department providing EMS, X amount percentage of your cost all goes to EMS. It just doesn't work that way. But I can provide the data similar to what I provided before, which I did provide when asked.
And I recall from the AP Triton report, one of the benefits of having the EMS system was that it would provide additional firefighting personnel. So
correct.
They are commingled.
Correct, because we were understaffed prior to taking over EMS.
Yes. Okay, Randy, did you have a comment?
Yes, just two things. Randy Blodgett, District 7. Let's go out like a different way to look at this. I think it still can be done what Heidi was asking, others have asked, and I've asked. If we were to look at the 3 ambulances, and they have an 8-year life, is my understanding from previous meetings, and we know it's X miles in 8 years, where are we at currently on mileage in year 2 almost being done? And were we on target where they're going to wear out in 8 years, or are they going to wear out in 5 or 6 years? I'm making it very simplistic, I know. But I just want to make sure that when people are talking about our expenses are too high, what they're trying to understand is, okay, revenue we know. It's being explained great, in my opinion. Like, I get where we're doing that at full basis. But long-term expenses, are they going to eat up where we're at on revenue between overtime and the cost of these large materials? And I realize we're waiting to get this 4th platoon on, but overtime still costs a lot more than salaries. And I know on what money's left, what money's spent, where we're at, but I want the public to understand we're still paying a lot more per hour than we planned. So I don't know if we can answer those questions. That should be look at the mileage. Here's a number, this is where we're at, and that gives us some explanation. Are we on track for what we're saving, and do we need to buy it sooner, or are we okay? And I think that's what everybody's trying to find out.
So as of right now, for the capital expenditure for the ambulance replacement, it is still scheduled for 8 years. That is barring things happening like all of a sudden we have a catastrophic failure of an ambulance that was unanticipated. Currently, we anticipate that they will last 8 years. We do not have. I don't have the exact mileage in front of me of what's on them, but we rotate the ambulance through so that mileage is dispersed across the 3 vehicles to extend their life for as long as possible. We continue to do annual maintenance every quarter. They get maintained, oil changes and such, because that's the frequency that they're needed. So we're providing that maintenance to make them go those 8 years. They do ride on some rough roads. We got a lot of back roads, we got gravel roads, we've got salt, we've got all the road conditions that Vermont provides us that do eat away at these frames and suspensions. But again, our projection right now is an 8-year replacement plan. What was the other question?
Well, it was more about not what the replacement plan is.
Okay.
If it's 300,000 miles in 8 years, I don't know what the mileage was estimated, but on a vehicle or a piece of equipment that's either an hourly or mileage, I would think you'd have an estimated.
I'm sorry, Randy. You need to just come to the microphone.
Yeah, sorry. I just would encourage you, at least from my work in past stuff, that on something that's going to wear out, mileage is a good way to do that, unless we're budgeting in for engine, transmission, shock, and steering replacement. I'm just trying to, since we can't separate out, everything's intermingled, I'm looking to take pieces of it and say, oh, we're on target, great, then we don't need to worry about this anymore. And that's all I'm trying to do, is a way to gauge, a way to plan, and saying, if we have mileage for 8 years, using that as a percentage like we're doing with where are we at in the budget, that would let us know, hey, maybe we need 5 or 6 years, not 8 years, maybe it's 7 years, I don't know. So I'm just trying to gauge where we're at based on what we planned for. And it sounds like we didn't plan for mileage, we just planned for years, so I guess that answers that part of it.
So the plan was based on municipal usage as an average on how long an ambulance lasts for, and that's a period of 8 years. So if you have a district, say the Adirondack Mountains, where your transports are an hour or 65, 70 miles, that's a lot different than a 1 mile transport to BMH. So I think those ambulance services are looking at like a 5 or 6 year replacement. We extended ours to 8 years based on the mileage that we put on the vehicle. So that is based on the usage.
All right, let's keep our discussion to Bonnie's financial presentation. Are there any comments on that report? And we can let her go home and move into the next. Anyone? All right. Yeah, Bonnie, thank you very much. Always nice to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Stick around, Jay.
Okay.
Well, actually, you skipped over.
Yeah, so now we're doing what?
Now we're the thing, right? B? John's report?
I'm sorry?
Item B.
Item B, is that you? Benchmarking?
Yep.
All right, now we'll have, we don't need you right now, but we're going to have John present.
Okay, and then I'll come back.
But don't go away. Yes.
I'll stick around
later too. If you
No. I don't want to.
Okay.
Seems we already have, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next item is, I don't see what the name of it is. Oh, benchmarking and paying for general fund services in a hub community. It's a subject near and dear to my heart, and I'm really happy that John Potter has put something together.
Yep. And I'm going to ask Seth to pull up a very nice little infographic that he digested everything I had in this memo into this one visual image, which I have given a copy to each of the select board members, and I think there's some extra copies up on the sidebar.
Can you make
there.
it bigger, Seth? Can you make it bigger? Look at that.
And so what this is, board, is I've been struggling with this sense in the community that we have some sort of excessive spending in our budget, and that always perplexed me that we've gotten so deep into this conversation, and it has just not been my experience that other hub towns in other places experience quite this pressure. And so I wanted to try to understand that. And so I knew of hub communities very similar to ours from other parts of the country where I've worked in the past. And I went into this totally like open-minded. I want to try to understand what is it that makes Brattleboro seem like it's it seems so expensive here. And I went and I looked at a bunch of other different regional hub towns that support a population that's bigger than just their population, their town, and that had downtown were kind of like hub communities. They would have a courthouse, a hospital, sort of those more regional services like Brattleboro provides in southeastern Vermont. And then what I did was I tried to take all of the services that we provide in Brattleboro and then look at the budgets in all these other towns and compare what it costs in those towns to Brattleboro. And so that meant going through and seeing, that they have a town manager, they have a HR department, they have a finance department, they have a town clerk, they have a fire department, EMS, they have police, they have library and planning and rec and parks and all the things that Brattleboro provides in our budget. And so then I analyzed all those budgets for fiscal year 25. So I was comparing apples to apples. And then if they had things in those budgets that we don't provide, and the biggest example that I could find of something that we don't have in Brattleboro that others do, well, two things really. One was a municipal court. We don't have that here, but many of these towns do. So I subtracted that out of the costs. And then another big one, like several of these communities have an airport, they manage an airport, or maybe they manage a landfill. So those are some other things. Again, since Brattleboro doesn't provide those services, I backed those out of those budgets. And in your backup materials, I have all the assumptions and figures, as well as the links to all of those budgets so that anyone else can try to replicate this or recreate it based on the assumptions that I had. So anyways, I lined up the budgets on all these towns, and I found one thing that was very interesting was that there's a table, I think I might have done it a couple times, but on page 98, there's a table that indicates which of these towns has a full versus a partial municipal platform. And half of these towns that I selected have a full municipal platform just like Brattleboro's.
What do you mean by platform?
Yep, and I'm about to explain that. Yep. And the others have a partial. And so full municipal service platform means that all of the services are the same as what is in Brattleboro essentially. So they have fire EMS. The EMS is not, it's part of the municipal government. They have a library that's paid for by the municipal government. They have solid waste collection, curbside collection that's paid for by the municipal government. What else am I missing there? Dispatch. So the other one, some of these that are partial, they have a county-wide dispatch, for example, but the ones that are a full municipal platform pay for their communication system within the municipal budget. The partial ones are those that they provide services like a library. They may have a library in town, but it's paid for through a library district. It's not in the municipal budget. So those towns do not have those costs in the totals and the calculations that I did when I normalized these budgets. Same for communications, where there's a county EMS and fire and police communication response. That would be one of these partial municipal platforms, and that I couldn't normalize. And then finally, the other big, I mentioned solid waste, library, the EMS, the solid waste, and the library were the three kind of big ones that were oftentimes not in the municipal budget in those partial towns. But anyways, I essentially tried to compare apples to apples as well as I could. I couldn't do it for the partial towns, but really that only favors Brattleboro. So it's saying there are these 6 towns in this list that do not provide all of the services that Brattleboro does. And yet, when I look at the costs, with the exception of Ashland, Oregon, they all cost more. The municipal services cost more in these comparable towns across the country than they do in Brattleboro. In fact, as you can see on this chart, that among all these peer communities, Brattleboro's municipal services are on the low end. They're costing under $2,000 per capita in Brattleboro, whereas almost all these other communities which have similar populations, similar services, and they're costing between $2,000 and $4,000 per capita. So my conclusion was that Brattleboro compares well as a low-cost and full-service regional hub. Then I had the question of, well, everyone calls us a poor town, and we are taking up a large portion of the people's incomes by what they have to pay for municipal services. Well, I found out that that's not entirely the story. In fact, in many of these towns with a lower per capita annual income, they are actually spending more of that per capita income on municipal services than we are. So, for example, we're at 4.4%. If you take all of the income in Brattleboro, all the income that is earned in Brattleboro, and you divide that by the population, we are, I believe it's $43,000 per person is earned in income across the whole town. And the cost to provide municipal services is 4.4% of that per capita income. Now, there's other towns like Montrose, Colorado, which is the high one here. There, the per capita income is $39,000 a year. So if you take all of the income that's earned in Montrose, Colorado, and divide it by the population there, they have a lower per capita income than Brattleboro. And yet, their municipal services cost 9.1% of that annual per capita income. So they are spending, not only are they spending quite a bit more per capita, $3,500 per person to provide municipal services, but it's it's a double the burden, I would say, on each person, each resident. A closer to home example is Greenfield. Again, the average per capita income in Greenfield is $35,000, so about $8,000 per person less than us. So you take all the income in Greenfield that's earned in Greenfield and you divide it by their population, it's $35,000 per person. They are their municipal cost is $2,500 per person. That's 7% of that per capita income, whereas Brattleboro at $43,000 per person and $1,900 of municipal cost is 4.4%. So when you look at it and compare these, and I'd love to have other suggested communities. I'd be happy to spend some time to go through other examples or other budgets. But generally, what I found, and I believe that that it's in the ballpark based on the analysis that I did, that we're very low cost when you compare it to other regional hub towns. So my next question was, well, but how come it feels expensive? What is it that is driving the fact that people feel like it's not, like it seems like we have a high burden? And what I found out, the other thing that I did on all these peer communities is I looked at, well, how are they paying for things? And what I found out was that most of them, many of them they have very low property taxes. In fact, like several of the towns in this peer group have no property taxes, zero. They are paying for their services completely differently than Brattleboro is. Brattleboro is paying for municipal services. 77% of the cost of our municipal services are paid for by the property tax. And that means that as a regional hub community that is supporting, probably like 15 to 20,000 people who are coming here to work, who are coming here to shop, who are visiting or tourists or staying overnight here, the cost of the services for roads and for EMS response and for police response for all those people is being completely shouldered by a resident base of 12,000 people. So then I asked the question, of all these other communities, like, well, how are they paying for this? I mean, that's crazy. They have zero property taxes. How the heck do they do that? And what I realized in the case primarily of almost in all of them, the consumption taxes cover a much higher percentage of the cost of municipal services. And so like in many of these towns, the town gets like 3% of the sales tax, whereas we get 0.75% of the sales tax. Or they have a fuel tax, a local fuel tax that helps pay for the roads. Or they have more authority to charge different fees for services that are not allowed in Vermont or through our charter. It kind of led me, the next question that led me to was, well, I know that there's a lot of sales tax in Brattleboro, and so if you scroll down there to the bottom one, what I found out was that while consumers are paying lots of sales tax in Brattleboro, so every time someone goes into Hannaford's or a restaurant or any shops downtown or any farms,
You pronounced boroughs wrong.
The people are paying a fair amount of sales tax and rooms and meals tax on what they're purchasing in our town. However, very little of that goes to support municipal services. So what shocked me was when I calculated that out, I realized that close to $25 million is being charged in Brattleboro every year, but it's going to the state for state programs. It's not helping us, our municipality. So for every dollar that we get to keep, which is that 0.75% local option tax, for every dollar of that we get to keep, $12 is going to the state. And I know this has been a priority of the select board to increase the town's authority for expanding revenue streams. Also doing some sort of sales tax rebalancing. That was a legislative effort that you all supported that the select board supported last session. Molly Burke has introduced this fuel tax idea this session following conversations with you. And then the whole idea of revenue sharing. So when the conversation around the motels came up last year when we looked at the cost of what the GA program is costing us in the motels, and it was on the order of $500,000 or $600,000 a year. I think that led some select board members to think about, well, how can we get some revenue sharing to help offset that? And that is actually what happens in a lot of the other towns, Astoria, LeGrand, those towns, they get a lot more revenue sharing to offset that burden that is the services provided in a regional hub, so that the residents don't have to pay for all of it through the property taxes. And so I guess the final point I'll make is, and it's on this chart, is that if that if that consumption tax was leveled out more and it was more like 50-50, like if 50% of what gets charged in Brattleboro stayed in Brattleboro, that would actually, you would see a reduction in the property tax to pay for the same service, the same low-cost services that we're providing on the median home of over $1,500 a year. So I know it's difficult once taxing authority is seated with the state, and that money has been worked into their budgets. But I think that what this does is sort of, at least it opened my eyes, I don't know about the rest of you, but it opened my eyes to, well, this is why things feel so tough for Brattleboro and why we're fighting over, what essential service to cut that is going to hurt somebody in town. It's really more about the fact that we have limited revenue tools to cover the costs that we're providing services as a regional hub. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or dig down into any of the details on how I did this and what the implications of this are. But that's what I have for you tonight.
Well, this is lovely. Thank you. I appreciate it very much, and I can certainly see a tremendous amount of work that went into it. Peter had his hand up first.
Yeah. So, when I'm constantly beating that revenue drum, and with all the ideas that I've thrown out, yes to all of those. But this is also the stuff that I like drilling into and advocating for, and at least from our delegation, I think, we have to continue to have that open conversation with them to advocate more on our behalf. Because when I looked at the sales tax leaving this town, after I met with John this morning and I took this and reviewed it, I went back to my little shop and I took some notes and I went through what I paid out in sales tax from all the people who, thank you, shopped locally and came into my store and kept those dollars local. Completely appreciate that, but was really a little disheartened in my $25,000 bill that I cut to the state of Vermont. I have a list of what I paid in sales tax every month, and the number that matches close to what we keep locally is 1 month, and that's in April of what comes back to our town. So 11 months of kicking stuff up, 1 month we get, right? I mean, it's not that simple, but that's just another way of framing it. So that is something that we have to change. 12% is not an acceptable number, and I know the state has to run the state as well, right? And I appreciate that. So, but something has to give when the state, mandates things for us that we have to then. So I feel like we can push back and just say, look, we're here providing these services. We need more of this money to help provide those services to alleviate the load on the residential taxpayer and the people who are paying property tax in our town. So I think this is a really great way of kind of framing this and helping us to understand it. If it's my wife, tell her I'll be home. Probably not tonight. So I appreciate. I was going to start to look into some of these communities to kind of compare and to delve in deeper. It's given me this whole new sort of angle in which to kind of recoup and create revenue for our town that lowers the burden for our taxpayers. So thank you so much for kind of thinking outside the box and presenting this.
Other people have comments on the select board?
Sure. Oh, and John and I spoke today, and we noted that these communities that you highlighted also have county government working for them, as opposed to Vermont, where we do not. We're exclusively municipal, and so the municipal burdens on hub communities are especially pronounced in Vermont. You asked for feedback on this and drilling down more. I'd like to see this chart also compared to other Vermont hub towns. See a chart of that, which I know those numbers are out there, and I asked a community member to provide some of those, and it was informative, and it just speaks. So I think more Vermont towns would be helpful too.
I also hope that you bring this report when our legislators visit, which will be, next month?
Yeah.
For them to
hopefully.
take a look at, or look at it ahead of time to have some thoughtful responses.
Yeah.
Because I think it's well prepared and it just would be helpful. Yeah, in your advocacy. Appreciate it at the State House.
Yeah, and I didn't really spend time on other Vermont towns because they face the other Vermont hub towns face the same challenges that we do. But yeah, that would be a good.
But it's notable that per capita spending, even in some hub towns, is very different from ours.
Yeah, it can be
we're
quite
not
a
the
bit higher.
highest, but we're certainly not the lowest.
For hub towns, that would be a good question to look into, Amanda. I think we should. I'm not sure I know the answer to that. But it was surprising that, 25 million leaves our town. That's almost our entire town budget.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's a really interesting piece of work and very complicated and almost subjective to do in the filtering you have to do between budgets of different towns structured in different ways. I did a much simpler version of this for myself 6 months ago, and even just comparing the budgets of two towns is really challenging. So I think this must have taken a great deal of work. It's very interesting, and I think it's a good basis for starting this conversation. And so though I have questions and quibbles and things like that, I don't feel inclined to pick holes in it. There are two comments I want to make. One is that we talked about this briefly, but in using per capita income, you ended up with, that resulted in numbers that were very surprising to me. That doesn't mean that's not reality, but they popped to me as things where I thought, I should check this. This seems odd. For example, Keene in this report is presented as a poorer town than Brattleboro, with the per capita income of about 41K versus 43K, which could be true. I mean, I looked at the same primary sources. It certainly what they say, but Keene also has almost something like a 50% higher median income, almost double the rate of poverty. So I'm trying to square those numbers in my head. It's very hard for me to read a report that says Keene is poorer than Brattleboro. So that's something in particular I wanted to highlight that I will be digging into more. And the other thing is that just, in writing this report, what I think is particularly admirable is, John, is that you've done all this work and you put it down on paper. So if there are people like me who see something and think, that doesn't seem right to me, you've shown all your work. People can go look at it and try and find mistakes if they want. And certainly an interesting place for people to start is looking for other comps, right? And seeing if there are towns, there's this other town that's really similar to us that's 2/3 the cost of municipal services. Like, this is something that can be a foundation for a longer conversation.
Just before we get to you, John, we have 20% poverty. We have twice the poverty rate as the state of Vermont. I can't believe that Keene has double the amount of poverty.
No, we have almost double the poverty rate.
So they're about 10%.
So by median income and poverty rate, they seem much wealthier. But by per capita income, they come across as slightly less wealthy. So I'm trying to
just check on that.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, and so I think there's a couple things going on in that. And so the whole challenge here was trying to do apples to apples, not only town to town, but also costs versus income. And so the only way you can really do that is put it on a per resident basis. Now, the thing I think that's going on in Keene is that they have some a lot more college students who aren't earning probably a lot of revenue. So that income across the whole city gets spread across that base as well. Of course, we have a similar thing going on in Brattleboro, but it's more low-income people, people in poverty, doing the same thing. So there's some offsetting there. But definitely there's different distribution of wealth between the two communities, so that's why one might seem wealthier than another, whereas the data shows that when you look at the whole income and you divide it across the whole population, one is lower than the other.
Right, and yes, and I don't have a hard answer for this, but I guess the point I'm making is that, well, just that I need to think more about it, and there may be towns where, for example, they have a lower per capita income, but in all practical terms are much wealthier. Like, it could be true that the burden of expenses are higher on residents of Brattleboro or town X versus town Y, even though the per capita incomes are different. So, and also, I don't want to be too stuck to my preconceived notions and come up with some reason why actually Keene is wealthier, even if they're not. But that was certainly a strong preconceived notion going in, so that's the kind of thing that I'm looking forward to thinking about more.
I think it's something involved with that live free or die thing that they.
Well, so that it's the revenue side of things, I think, gets so murky in terms of how much sales tax we retain and property tax, because states pay for things so completely differently that the revenue side, I don't have a ton of interest in going deep on that, because it's so impossible to do the apples to apples comparisons. But the expense stuff I'm really interested in. So
yeah.
Thank you.
And also, it's clear, if you look at a chart of towns in Vermont, the largest population towns, Burlington, South Burlington, because of their grand list, their per capita tax rate is lower by, close to, well, compared to us, like we're at, municipal spending per person is what, according to your chart?
$1,920 per person.
They're down to, the chart I'm looking at is like 1,078 per capita. Just the mere, like, growing the grand list. So Peter talks about revenue, bringing more people to live here, more people to partake in our services, more, Brattleboro's a great place to live. If we could bring more people here, we could probably ease our per capita tax burden.
Right. So, John, I appreciate this. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, the reliance on property tax. Actually, the year I joined the select board was the year that we passed the 1% tax. And that, in those 7 years, our reliance on property tax has been reduced by 6.5%. So this 76.7% is really quite an achievement, but we should resolve to do better. And I'm perfectly willing to continue. Now, we were thrilled when Molly Burke said that she said at the chamber breakfast, actually, that her committee and even her committee chair really liked this idea, and that towns were like clamoring to be one of the top 5. But at the library the other day, some of the other legislators kind of poo-pooed the whole thing, and that's a disappointment. And so we have to stay in that game and lobby for what we need, because there are a lot of different options being thrown out, and now is actually a critical time in the legislature. So we need to really all continue to support the things that Brattleboro needs. But the other thing is, regarding the hub towns, I've done some work on revenue sharing with John over the years, and in addition to the fact that we have this unfunded mandate on the motel programs and other things that the state dreams up for us to do, other towns and other states that have revenue sharing talk about the poverty rate, and all the hub towns have a poverty rate of about 20%, which is twice the poverty rate of the state of Vermont as a whole at about 10. But also, there's other factors, which is the amount of low-income housing, which as we just said, we score very high on. And also, the tax rate of a hub town versus the surrounding tax rate of the towns around it. And that's very important because there's quite a differential, and our town suffers for it. So those same indices work through for all the hub towns, and that's where we need to organize, and I think we've started that conversation with the Rutlands and the Barrys and the Benningtons of this world. They all have the unfunded mandate of the motel program. They all have about 20% poverty, and they all have low-income housing. I haven't checked yet, but we can certainly check to see whether, in comparison to the surrounding towns in the region, their tax burden is way off. But I know that I'm familiar with revenue sharing in other states, and they have, the state gives them money solely for the purpose of reducing the tax burden on the taxpayers in that town. It's not, and that's, a little something I've talked to the legislatures. They're not familiar with this, and we need to continue that conversation so that they understand the sole purpose of this is to offset the tax rate. We're not going to use it for this or that, which is how they're used to thinking about it. It's just tax burden.
Yeah.
And I really like this, and I like your 3 bullet points for where to go from here. Happy to join the fight.
Good.
Isaac, did you have any comments to make?
Yeah, could you just clarify the difference between sales tax rebalancing and the revenue sharing?
Yeah, so I would see the sales tax rebalancing as things like adding a local option fuel tax, like that starts to rebalance. Right now, 100% of all the fuel taxes that are charged are going to the state. If we were able to add a percentage there that's going to the town, that would start to rebalance this. $1 stays here versus $12 goes to Montpelier. So that would be rebalancing that. If we were able to say, what do I have here? One of these tables shows the sales tax rate. So the sales tax rate is 7%. We keep 0.75% of that. So the state share is 6.25%. So 0.75% to the town, 6.25% to the state. If we were able to make that, 1.5% to the town and 5.75% to the state, that would be a rebalancing. That's like, can we shift some of that $25 million to stay in Brattleboro and help us with the roads and the police response and the fire response and all of that? That's rebalancing. And then revenue sharing, I see more as it could be like that. That's like the money goes up to the state and then gets redistributed for equity across towns that are shouldering more of a regional burden than a local burden. So, for example, it's sort of done with the education taxes. There's an offsetting to different towns, but this would be more like I'm trying to think of an example. But so say for example, we have a disproportionate amount of people having vouchers in the GA program. If this town were paid for some of that disproportionate distribution of people in the motel rooms, then maybe some revenue gets shifted from the state to the municipality in the same way that they're shifting that revenues in some cases to the nonprofits and other organizations in the town. That to me is the revenue sharing approach.
Thanks.
Yep.
So, do members of the public wish to comment on this? Come on up. Jenna, you first. Gemma?
I just want to thank you for putting together this report first, because this is a real eye-opener. I am not familiar with your background, John, so I'm not sure exactly why you chose the specific cities that you did or towns, but you mentioned that you had some familiarity with, I guess, some of these towns in Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Were you from there originally?
Yeah, I worked in Oregon and Colorado.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So the first thing I wanted to say is I sort of question the wisdom of including any cities in New Hampshire, because their tax structure is so very different to Vermont's. If you look at, for instance, the data from the Tax Foundation, New Hampshire ranks 6th best in the nation according to their overall tax burden, whereas Vermont is like 43rd out of 50. But one of the things that has really struck me, speaking from my own familiarity, is having my family lives in Egg Harbor Township in Atlantic County, New Jersey. And in 1970, when my family moved from New York City to South Jersey, EHT had a population of about 10,000 people. Today it has a population of about 48,000, 4 times the size of Brattleboro. It has a median household income double of Brattleboro. It has a poverty rate of half of Brattleboro. It has a municipal budget of $142 million. They have lower property tax rates than we do here. And they have an amazing array of services available to people. But one of the big differences is that they also have total retail sales of $2.3 billion a year, whereas here we have $380 million. They have 8 times the retail sales. Keene has 3 to 4 times the retail sales that we have here in Brattleboro. But I want to suggest that some data points that would be useful to add to this would be actual property tax rates and median house values. Because a lot of these towns, especially the ones in Oregon and Colorado, have much, much higher median home values to draw from. That's why I keep banging that drum of growth, that we have to increase the value of the grand list if we want to afford town services now and in the future, and to make this a better town, and to see all the wonderful things that I want this town to have for my own benefit as well as everyone else's benefit. So I guess I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you. Ivan?
Ivan Hennessy. I was really pleased to hear the discussion of this turn so quickly to housing, and I want to encourage the select board if they ever consider any sort of policy to encourage new housing, that it be shaped so that it does not focus on people and companies that currently own housing. Those are people and companies that are operating as the sole providers of a very limited resource, and they simply don't have the incentive to participate in increasing that market. It has to be something that brings new people into providing housing. We already know what the people and companies that own housing in Brattleboro do, and it's not build and provide new housing. They profit off of the housing that's already here.
Others? Bob and then Kate?
Bob Ozer, nice presentation. Just a quick question, hopefully not too stupid. On the amount of the sales tax that goes to the state, is the entire amount going into the pilot program? And of that, what percentage comes back to Brattleboro?
Yeah. So my understanding is that quarter point on the local option tax goes to both the pilot program, and some goes to the surplus and other things. And that there's been a conversation around, could we go from 75-25 split on the 1% to 80-20 or 85-15? Part of that also goes to the administration of the taxing. So, but not very much of that 0.25%. The bigger eye opener for me was how much revenue is leaving the town outside of that local option tax, which in all these other communities, much more of that is staying right locally to deal with the costs locally instead of being putting it on the property taxpayer.
And that gets to that whole Dillon's rule issue that
Yeah.
Vermont has, right?
Yeah.
Because we can only do certain things. We can only tax certain entities. But I remember when the legislators were here and we asked that question, that very question, Bob, that you had, and they said that they used that money, distributed it to towns that had floods. So they have seized upon that amount of money to use for various purposes. And we would like to educate them that we're needy too. Kate.
Thanks for the overload of information. Keeps us all up at night. I just want to caution everybody about getting really excited that the state is going to help us. I watched Molly Burke talk to the House Transportation Committee about the local option gas tax. It hit like a lead balloon. I will be super surprised if it gets out of committee. God knows what's going to happen, but it hit like a total lead balloon in House Transportation.
That's not what Molly said.
I can show you the video. I actually watched it, and you can watch the YouTube video. When she had to explain the bill to the committee, it was like it was a lead balloon. Maybe something exciting happened after that, but I also want to just point out what Oscar was saying. There's a huge difference between per capita income and median household income. These towns have a median household income that is like 20, 30, 40, 50, double what we have in Brattleboro. And that's a big thing because we're not paying the property taxes per capita. We're paying it a different way. I would also hope that, I'm going to come back in April and say this, that the next thing we hear about is getting what we're spending here, our town budget, what we're spending, what our tax increases have been, what we're spending on personnel, what we're spending on roads and bridges, a 10-year look at that, because we didn't get that when you folks put the FY27 budget together. A lot of that, because we're not going to be saved by the state, we need to understand how our spending is going in our town. So I'm going to come back and say that in April to the new board, but I think that what we're doing here in Brattleboro is equally important as what's happening in all these other places.
Dina, and then, did you want to?
Well, just to mention, I did give you a 5-year outlook. I don't. When you start to get when you start to get out past 5 years, it's really gets hard to see what's going to be happening. But
and Kate is trying to tell us that she wants to look back.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Dina,
retrospective, not okay. Gotcha.
Hi, Dina Chadwick. I did speak to Molly on Saturday, and she implied that that was dead in the water to me with the. So I urge everybody to write to her and to get it going again. And she had also suggested that they were going to try to do another percentage on the rooms of the sales.
Yes.
Sales, yeah.
And so I heard that at the library the other day. Molly proposed it. There was a certain amount of interest. Emily Kornheiser was the one who had some issues with it about the difficulties and so forth. And she suggested the rooms and meals tax. But I pointed out to her that with the motel program, we're not getting the rooms and meals tax. So I would wish that she would focus on something that was actually good for Brattleboro.
Yeah, I just urge everybody to write as much as possible.
Absolutely.
And maybe directed towards Emily then.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the ball's in her court now. Thank you, Dina. All right, now, yes.
Nell Mayo, District 8. So I won't say what everyone else has said, but I had heard a similar thing about the fuels tax. I was mostly a little, it's more of a question that maybe can't be answered by this board, but the concept of how realistic it is to suggest that what our sales tax, like myself coming here, when I look at the receipt, I see the 6% sales tax. I assume that's going to the state because it's a state sales tax and because they're collectively funded by all the towns that are here. And like, it's not accurate to say that all the money is going to Montpelier because it comes back into all the communities in various ways. And so I understand the argument for revenue sharing. I understand exactly what you said, Liz, of, well, if funding's getting diverted to towns that were more drastically affected by flooding, you know, some of which are hub towns like Barrie, why could a different argument not be made for that here? So I understand that argument. I don't know if I'm missing something or if I just don't agree with the argument that there would be much of a chance that the state would say, you know what, we're going to give you a cut of our sales tax, unless the argument is that the options tax is just going to go up.
Well, you know, now what John is presenting to us is the beginning of a probably lengthy discussion in really changing the dynamic of the relationship of the legislatures to the municipalities and understanding municipal costs that are associated with state mandates. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's really where we're beginning, because the legislature didn't understand revenue sharing, and we have to talk to them about it.
And I suppose, do we feel we have that leverage, or maybe combined with the other hub towns John's been working with?
I'm not saying leverage. I'm saying the opportunity to begin this discussion.
Okay, thank you.
John.
Yeah, and I would just, I mean, first of all, I was like just trying to start to put some data together so that we can understand what's going on and why it feels so hard on us. And so I think that just starts the conversation. So,
Oscar.
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll speak. John, I appreciate that you did this. I will say that I do not believe at this point in time, at the immediate moment, that the state is going to save us. And I do think that it's imperative that we don't spend money that we don't actually have, and that we do look at our budget very seriously and we make some hard choices, because that's what we have to do at this time until proven otherwise. So depending on something that we don't have in hand feels risky. And we have ourselves. We have Brattleboro. We are strong. We are creative thinkers. We're not afraid to make hard choices as a board, and I think that's very important to consider as well, where we are right now. Yeah.
Oscar?
On a slightly different note, I don't want us to leave here feeling or sounding too sorry for ourselves. The concept of being a hub town is not new. There are hub towns in every state in the entire country. I suspect it is an international phenomenon that you have a little urban center with outlying towns around it. The hub town is more expensive and more desirable, and the outerlying towns are cheaper but farther from what's going on. And that all of us made a choice to live in Brattleboro. All of us with some degree of what our options are, but the choice is available to live 10 miles away, commute to Brattleboro, live in a small town, or pay higher rents or higher prices and live here and walk 2 blocks to a library and have 3 grocery stores and a movie theater and all that stuff. So it's not like being a hub town is some curse, and it's not something that's inflicted on us. It's just if in the same way that some people will live in New Jersey and commute to the city, other people will pay to live in Manhattan for all the glamour. And that's just, Brattleboro has many amenities and exciting things and benefits that a town 10 miles further into the rural state doesn't have. And I don't think we should lose sight of those benefits and just, I don't want us to feel too sorry for ourselves. I continue to be happy with the choice I made to live here, and I am not tempted in the slightest to move 10 miles away to save some money. So just a different perspective to close with.
That's interesting, Oscar, and I'm certainly happy to live here as well. But I'll just say that as long as I lived here, Dick DeGray's been saying hub towns, it's not that we're sorry to live here. We're recognizing that there's a disproportionate burden placed on us with little benefit. And so understanding it, as John has pointed out, seeing whether there's other ways to skin the cat. Other communities that are hub towns or have revenue sharing across the nation, as John has pointed out, they're wrestling with these issues. There's county government, there's all sorts of things, and we just need to know where we are and what our options are.
Certainly, and we should all keep pushing to get the best deal and the best angle on every single thing that's going on statewide or regionally or nationally that we can. But also, it's all right. It's not so bad. We'll make do.
In the meantime, here we are.
Yes.
All right. Let me thank you, John, very much.
You're welcome.
I think we all appreciate this work, and I think it's a wonderful starting point for our future fiscal health. What's next? Quarterly fire update?
Yep.
Quarterly fire update. Gentlemen, please. Okay. Yeah. You can take either one of those seats, and we need a third for for Billy.
All right, so fire department quarterly update for quarter 2, FY26. Again, just to save us some time, I paraphrased some of this down to some bullet points, which I'll go over. So as far as responses, we responded to 1,029 fire and EMS incidents during the second quarter. Our firefighters worked an average of 59 hours a week, reflecting our ongoing staffing shortages and call demand. Our highest frequency call types were sick person calls at 192, injured persons at 101, falls at 97, fire alarms at 66, breathing problems at 66, psychiatric and mental health emergencies at 48, and overdoses at 45. Community engagement, so we attended the health and wellness fair and supported that with pediatric engagement, Bruce. We did some standbys for football and ice hockey for the school. We had Fire Prevention Month in October. So that was multiple school visits, station tours, evacuation drills, and we also participated in the Fire Prevention Parade over in Keene. We had numerous public-facing events, including the Trunk or Treat, Brattleboro Horribles Parade, and we escorted Santa to Living Memorial Park. So personnel updates, we've had 4 resignations in total this fiscal year to date, which is contributing to our ongoing staffing issues. We have 2 new firefighters that have become fully cleared and are operational. We had 2 conditional officers. One is fully accepted and has vetted all the approving process. The other one is still in the approval process with background checks. Current vacancies as they stand: fire alarm superintendent, 5 dual role positions and 1 single role position. We still have interviews ongoing. Overtime, Bonnie spoke about this a little bit. So in quarter 2, our overtime totaled $315,289, and 51% of that was due to our vacancies. The overtime line is overexpended by $165,289,000. However, our staffing line is underspent by $273,285, so that absorbs all of that overage in the overtime. EMS system updates, so operations continue to increase with pace and complexity of calls. Superintendent Fritz participates in the Vermont EMS Advisory Committee that help shape statewide EMS strategic planning. This participation keeps us informed and ready to adapt to any upcoming changes with EMS. Winter readiness work was completed. All ambulances are equipped with snow tires and new IV fluid warmers, so that's a new addition of equipment. This keeps the IV fluids warm, so rather than being administered at room temperature, they're administered at your body temperature to warm you up. Progress was made on EMS billing. We continue to build that program. One good news that I was a part of when we visited with our billing provider, they informed us that a person's Medicaid had lapsed, and there was 24 transports that totaled $35,344. We worked with BMH to rectify that and get that turned back on, and then we could bill for those. Even though those had passed, we were able to collect those funds. And we have an established relationship with the collection agency, which I spoke of earlier, that will start collecting those past due invoices. Training and development. So our medical director, Dr. Storn, continues to provide medical training to the fire department. He led a pulmonary clinical training this quarter. And training sessions are now being recorded so we can continue to put those out to our folks. Fire prevention. We increased there's increased tenant and landlord tensions during cold weather, which have resulted in higher complaints, keeping our health and safety officer quite busy. Just a reminder to the public, when outdoor temperatures fall below 55 degrees, rental units must achieve 65 degrees indoors without overheating adjoining spaces. If heat is included in a rental agreement, it must be provided when the outside temperature is below 55 degrees. Zone 1 inspection programs are ongoing through the summer. Multiple streets are included. See the backup materials or the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, for those selected streets. Some positive stuff. So Superintendent Fritz has completed his Vermont Instructor Coordinator training. He is now approved to teach EMS classes, standalone classes such as EMT, AEMT, or paramedic programs. Firefighter EMT Luke Beulah has successfully completed all his clearance requirements. Firefighter EMS Edward Hagerman has also completed all his fire EMS clearances. Firefighter paramedic Finn McMillan has completed his paramedic precepting, and he's fully cleared to practice independently as a paramedic. And then firefighter EMT Jared Vonderhorst was promoted to acting lieutenant to fill the officer vacancy. We continue to receive multiple messages of appreciation and thanks from our community members and those passing through that are involved with fire and EMS. They recognize the compassionate, professional, and dedicated care provided by our firefighters and EMS personnel. These letters reflect the outstanding service our service providers provide every day. And I apologize I didn't have this information in front of me before. So to answer Randy's question, our ambulances are averaging about 7,500 miles per year, and after 8 years, they'll equate to about 60,000 miles, so still well under that 100,000 mile mark. To answer Heidi's question, if you look back at the board minutes from 7/22/25, that capture of how much EMS costs the town of Brattleboro was in that report, and it's in that documentation. The only number that would have changed is we're still continuing to collect reimbursements, which would raise that and actually make that number look even better. That concludes the highlights from the quarterly reports. I am happy to accept any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Board members, do you have comments, questions?
None over here, thank you.
I appreciate your leadership, and I always appreciate your presentation, so thank you. Yeah.
Members of the public. Randy.
Randy Blodgett District. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I see a really good pattern here. When we ask a question, you go over and beyond to get an answer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anyone online? I think this is the part where we say thank you very much.
Yep, and then we do your next agenda.
And then you do the next one.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Just keep your seat there, Jack.
Yes, sure will.
All right, let's dig right in. What is the name of the next item? It is Emergency Medical Service Advisory Committee report update, right?
Yes. Thank you. So good evening, everybody. I will make this as brief as possible, but I wanted to share some information with the Select Board, the town, the community members about what's happening at the state level, and specifically about the EMS report that MSAC released in December of 2025. So how did we get here? A little bit of a review of where we are. In 2024, Act 157 created EMS as an essential service in Vermont, which is amazing. Additionally, in that act, there were two things which the MSAC, the EMS Advisory Committee, which I sit on, was charged with doing. One was looking at an inventory and assessment of the current state of EMS. The second is providing recommendations on a system-wide plan. That first assessment was done and submitted, which is the report we're going to talk about this evening. The 5-year plan is due in December of this year, of 2026. As you'll see throughout the presentation, there are some QR codes, so if you'd like to reference the ACT or the reports that were submitted to the state, you can easily access those. I apologize, in the backup, the initial report, some of the QR codes expired, so we have some new QR codes there if you want to go and look at those. But that first report that was due to the legislature in December of 25 started with a contractor, CCG, Cambridge Consulting Group, which submitted a report to the advisory committee in May of 2025. That report had lots of limitations. So there was another contractor that worked through some of those limitations to get us to where we are in our report today. That report was broken down into 7 different buckets or 7 different areas, and talking about the performance, governance, medical direction, workforce training, and clinical performance metrics of what's happening in the state of Vermont. Specifically, what I wanted to talk about was that report. I want to point out the limitations, though, that were mentioned in the Cambridge Consulting report, that were mentioned in the report to the legislature, and that were further discussed at the EMS Advisory Committee. So many people are looking at this report and making some extrapolations from it, and so I want to clarify some of those limitations that are mentioned in the report, specifically when it comes to clinical benchmarks, which are mentioned in there. So what we're going to talk about tonight is specifically how Brattleboro is performing based on the clinical performance metrics measured in this legislative report. So, one of the great things about our own EMS system is it's our data. As you've heard me talk about before, I'm a data and numbers guy, so I wanted to break it down, bless you, and present that to you this evening. So this is going to be a further clarification of what went to the legislature, specifically for our community. The report talks about 4 clinical metrics that they used, which are national benchmarks. Those national benchmarks are by NEMSQA, which is the National EMS Quality Alliance. Those metrics, which were looked at by the state, are hypoglycemic or low blood sugar treatment, stroke assessments in people calling 911 with stroke symptoms, vital sign documentation in trauma patients, and lights and sirens usage. These are all call types or high volume or dangerous things that want to look at. And so there's a national performance metrics which we look at. So in the report, so if you see the screenshots in here, this is the report that was submitted to the legislature, which references different districts' performance. We are in District 13. There are 2 EMS transport agencies in District 13, Rescue Inc., Brattleboro Fire Department. That's important to point out because, as we mentioned with data limitations and some of the reports, if you look on this report, it's going to have an N and an agency listed for all of the numbers. The numbers up top, so the statewide national performance metrics and the district performance, was all listed in that report. So, for example, vital signs and trauma, the national benchmark is between 90 and 95%. That's where the asterisk comes from because I use 90, I need a number to compare it to. Statewide, there's 64% compliance with that national benchmark. That's 26% below national. Not great. District 13, 91%. District 13 is doing better than the state and exceeds the national benchmark by about 1%. That is using an N of 1,903 agencies. Star of the three agencies, as I mentioned, there are 2 EMS transport agencies in this district. Where is that third agency? No one knows. Again, that is where we talk about the limitations of the data that the contractors have come up with. So let's talk about Brattleboro Fire Department. If you look at our data, based on our calculations for calendar year 2025, we are at 98.2%, which exceeds the benchmark by 3.2%. Specifically, if you look at our data, I wanted to give you the numbers. I won't go through this completely with you, but showing you the graph of where District 13 is, and then as reported in that legislative report, and where Brattleboro Fire Department is. Our N here is 227 patients, but if you look at our metrics, there are 3 metrics which are measured, and you can see the different scores. We got 100% on respiratory rate, really good. We had 99.1 for GCS, so we can have areas for improvement. But overall, Brattleboro Fire Department is exceeding not only the state, district, but the national level. Additionally, if you look at that report, it compares fire-based EMS systems in the state of Vermont. So the report references that fire-based EMS is about 57% in Vermont. Again, Brattleboro is at 98.2, which is a 41% increase over both state, national, and that subset of fire-based EMS. That's one metric. When we talk about this report was comparing 2019 statistics. This is 2026. Let's talk about 2025. NEMSQA increased the requirements to try to look at their performance metrics, to add 2 additional vital signs in that. We're doing just as good. You added more metrics. Brattleboro Fire Department still exceeds that national benchmark. Again, showing that our clinical performance is better than what was presented in that report. Hypoglycemia, again, I'm going to go through these a little bit more quickly. This report is here, and you can look at it in the backup materials to dig in. But national benchmark, 38% for treatment of low blood sugar. District, 38%. Statewide, 35%. Again, all in that same area. Brattleboro Fire Department, 83.3%. So that, again, exceeds the national benchmark by 45%. When we talk about our N, this is something, again, looking at statistics, our N is very small here. This is 6 patients that were encountered in this calendar year. So when we miss one, that statistically makes a big percentage difference when we're looking overall at our performance. Again, if we're looking at the report comparing Brattleboro to District 13 and the state, we exceed the averages. Lights and sirens. So as you see us going down the road, sometimes we have lights and sirens on, sometimes we don't. We know that lights and siren transport is some of the most risky transports that we do. So we limit the usage. The national benchmark is about 40% of your calls should be transported lights and sirens. Statewide 37, district 87, and Brattleboro 92. That means we are exceeding what the higher number here, this is unlike golf, higher number is good, so we are exceeding that benchmark when we talk about our no lights and sirens transports. When we look at our no lights and sirens transports, I want to highlight something. Again, data. This is over 2,516 patients that were transported. We have documentation of how about 2,400 were transported. You'll notice we're missing about 6%. Well, again, our data can be improved as well. There was not a requirement when we first started some of this to require how your patients were transported. Lights and sirens are not optional field. We have since adjusted that, and now we will have more accurate data reporting. Again, just wanting to be transparent and clarifying what our data is, what it looks like, and where we are compared to the standard. Again, showing we exceed that standard. There are times where we go from no lights and sirens to lights and sirens, and from lights and sirens to no lights and sirens. Again, trying to be as safe as possible. When we look at those patients that we're transporting lights and sirens, again, showing you what we are responding and transporting those patients with: cardiac arrest, heart failure, heart attack, strokes, altered mental status, unresponsive overdoses, sepsis, seizures. So we are transporting the sickest of our sick patients, lights and sirens. Again, showing judicious use and exceeding the national benchmark. Stroke assessment. So stroke assessment, national benchmark, 84%, statewide 64, again, not doing very well. District 13, 76%, a little bit better. Let's look at the N and the agencies. Where did the other agencies come from? No one knows. Again, EMS leaders across the state, including within our district, agree that this data is flawed. There's lots of limitations. This is the data that was presented. This is the data that had to go to the legislatures with those caveats of the performance and limitations. So, looking at all 5 agencies, again, unsure of who they are. Brattleboro, 66.7%. We did not exceed the benchmark in this area. So when we look at this, right, we had 30 patients that were encountered, 20 patients that had documented stroke assessments. So this clinical metrics is about documentation of a stroke scale for patients whose primary impression is having a stroke, right? Did we do the tests that we were supposed to do? Some of this comes down to documentation error, right? Is it listed in the documentation that you did it? Well, with our report, again, that small number, we're showing 10 calls that we don't have documentation on it in the appropriate place. So we've recognized that that's an area for improvement. And we have a quality assurance plan that we're working on to include making it required to document if you've done a stroke assessment on a stroke patient. Again, you would think these things may already exist. However, this is a statewide system that our reporting is done in, and the state doesn't make those specific requirements. So Brattleboro has the capability to make increased validation and show what is required or what is recommended. So we've made that change effective immediately. Additionally, we'll be doing some more documentation and assessment trainings to see, is it really a problem with our clinical assessments? I would argue it's most likely a documentation process, but we don't know yet. So we'll continue to revisit that, and as you'll see, we'll revisit this at 6 and 12 months, and I promise you that in 12 months from now, this number will exceed the national benchmark. So this is a summary of showing our clinical performance compared to the national benchmarks. And as you can see, with the exception of our stroke assessment, we exceed the national benchmarks. This report, which again has brought up lots of discussion, and that's great because lots of things are happening in EMS at the state level. Specifically, this talks about clinical matrix though, and it's important for us to recognize that that report was never made to extrapolate at the agency or district level. If you want that information, we have that information now, and we can provide it, and we can compare ourselves nationally. So you can see that we are doing very well. In summary, again, I think I've beat this to death, but we take our town, our people, our responsibility, very seriously. Our clinical performance metrics show we are providing effective, efficient, high-quality patient care, and we exceed not only our state partners, but we exceed the nation. So I'm very proud to report that while that report has ambiguity, our data, our report shows we are doing a great job.
Nice work.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have one question for you.
Absolutely.
What was the overall purpose at the legislative level for commissioning this report?
Good question. So lots is changing in EMS and healthcare as we know it. Healthcare is getting more affordable. We are a rural state. We have challenges with reimbursement. Brattleboro is not unique. That is happening nationwide. But the state legislature is looking at how the system is currently working and what can be done to improve it. How can we afford better health care? How can we provide equitable health care to everybody in such a rural state? And this report's goal is to see where we are. And then now we are looking at where are we going to go. And this year is going to be a very busy year for the EMS Advisory Committee to make a recommendation on changes to our state plan and where we will go from here.
And do you have recommendations that you'd like to give to the legislature?
Absolutely. And I am on the committee, and I will be in with the work groups to help make those reports. So the EMS Advisory Committee is comprised of representatives from each district in the state, as well as the professional organizations and community partners that it cross-sects with. So there is a lot of us that are doing work to improve the EMS system overall for the state of Vermont.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Colleagues?
Just to thank you and to say that the most enthusiastic 10 p.m. select board presentation I think I've ever experienced. But I enjoyed it. It was great. Thank you.
Amanda?
I want to say I'm so thankful that you're on the committee, the state committee, and representing Brattleboro. I mean, that's major for us. That's a real win there. And also, I appreciate the expediency of your presentation and the vibrant way it was presented.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this issue? Oh.
Yeah, did you forget about us?
No, I looked over and I got a...
Oh, no. No, I was looking down at something. I do.
No, I'm good.
No, you're good? All right. It's funny, the one thing that you sort of were a little below average on was something that I witnessed firsthand. You guys just sort of nailed it when we called you, and that was a stroke. We had a friend of ours who had a medical emergency, called us. My wife and I rushed over there. We were like, this is well above our pay grade. Let's call in the professionals. You guys came in within minutes, nailed this, assessed it, got her to the hospital, 100% recovery. So it was funny that the one thing that was, a little bit below average, it was the thing that I thought you guys shined on the most, at least that I had to see. And let's face it, when people call any one of you, they're not having a good day. So to have this level of professionalism, it means a lot to me, for sure. So thank you.
Thank you.
That just reminds me that we can all plug into your system to give basic facts of the people in the household, right? So that when you call 911, we're already on your radar. Could you explain that a little to encourage the public to participate?
So there's a link on our quarterly report, and that's the Community Connect. And the Community Connect, what that does is, for example, 107 Elliott Street had a fire there, and that flooded a lot of that building. And at the command post, we opened up Community Connect, and in Community Connect was a list of all the tenants and whether they had family members to go stay with, or if we need to find them shelter. So that's the type of information that can be put into that and feeds directly into our dispatch system. So we have live access to that while we're on the scene, and it can include family members, pets, rooms, where rooms are located, all that information that's important.
So it's not just the location, but maybe health conditions and
Absolutely.
relatives.
Yep, absolutely.
Wonderful.
And that
Thank
link
you.
is right in that quarterly report. We put it in there every quarter. And I think it's on our website too, right?
That's true.
Yeah, it's on our website too.
Great, thank you. All right, now let me ask the public, is there anyone who wishes to comment on this? Boom, boom.
Hi, Gemma Seymour, Brattleboro. I just had one question because I was not aware of the existence of this Community Connect program. And that question is, who has access to that data? Thank you.
So the access to the data is only by those that are authorized to have first due, which is just the fire department personnel and dispatch. So it's not like the public can't go in and see that information.
But I meant, does that data get transmitted to some corporation someplace?
So it does live in our first due, which is our dispatch software. So all of our reporting and dispatch software, so it does go into that system.
The information that is stored within the first due system is encrypted in the same manner and security that banks use for that information. So the information is very secure through that first due software for people's personal information.
Thank you. Mr. Ozer?
Bob Ozer, Brattleboro. I won't be able to speak that fast, and I can't do this that well. But first of all, I can't speak to the 5 agencies and why that was there, but the 3 agencies, I believe, the one was Golden Cross. And I guess the real question I have is that the data that was presented today may be different than the data that the consultants put in the report. And I'm not sure I understand this correctly, but the consultants access state and federal databases to get the data. So, but now there's a report based upon that information, which then goes to the legislature, And I don't know, I didn't check today, but it's going to go, I think, to Health and Human Services committees. Is that correct? Sorry, I should be asking you. So is there a way, so there was a meeting, I think, before the report was submitted, and the data was not corrected at that point. Is there a way to correct the data now before Health and Human Services looks at those reports? And I think that was it. Yeah.
You know,
why is there a difference between the two data sources?
What I was gleaning from Billy's answer is that the specific granular detail of town data is not as important as the overall statewide report for the legislature to use for their purposes. Am I correct?
I would agree. Additionally, if you read, there's actually, we joke about this in the committee, there's more disclaimers of the data limitations and challenges. And if you read the CCG's disclaimer, it says that we believe that this report is basically providing what it needs to. And so I agree with what you're saying. They're looking at it as an overall performance metrics, not drilling down. The Golden Cross response, as far as that third agency, Golden Cross is a Vermont-provided agency. It is a licensed agency in Vermont as well. That doesn't still jive with the dates that the report was accessed through. And so if you also look at the report, it has differing dates of when they pulled the data from. So that's why I felt it important to say when our calendar year was. Again, we've made changes to our documentation. So if you look at July 1, there weren't the same requirements as there were October and December. So as we've refined our data, that is why we provided a bit more granular data for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's also important to note that this study combined a couple different attempts to get data. So the first attempt failed, they tried again. Some of this data comes from before we were even a transporting agency. So to kind of lump BFD into this data is really unfair because we weren't transporting.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? All right then.
No motion.
No motion. Well, I want to thank all three of you for coming and giving us such a lively presentation at 10 o'clock at night and always being so helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nice work on the monitor.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
All
See you
right.
at 10 a.m.
What is next? Town?
Yep. And I don't know, do we have Hillary Francis online by any chance? Okay. I'll do this one then.
Great. All right, this is Town Clerk Office Contingency Staffing Plan.
So, Town Clerk Hillary Francis has put together a memo for the board. That office is currently aware of 2 staff members who have out-of-work situations that may require them to be out of work for an indeterminate period during the next 6 months. And she is looking for guidance from the select board on how to proceed when, in case they are down 1, 2, or possibly even 3 staff at any given time. And Hillary is suggesting 3 possible options here. One would be that she could hire per diem employees to cover the office if a situation was needed where they were down staff coverage. The second option that she's proposing is that she hire per diem employees to cover the office, but just for essential services like cashiering land record documents and doing election work. And then the third possibility is that when we have staff out, that we close the office entirely and just have other departments date and stamp the mail, and then the town clerk's staff would catch up on that when they get back. So she's recommending options 1 or 2, and in the case of during an election period, she strongly suggests option 1, but either option 1 or 2 would put us over budget. So that's why she wanted to get select board guidance on what to do here. So appreciate any feedback that you have.
Let me May I just ask a clarifying question? We're not sure exactly how much time we're talking about.
Correct.
And we're not sure because, like, there's an election now, but I don't think Hillary's talking about this. She's talking about August. Am I correct?
Potentially then, but really over the next 6 months. So it could be now, it could be tomorrow. We don't know. But in order to do some of these options, she would have to start hiring people, and that is the sort of what she needs direction on.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think?
I would support option 2, which is hiring per diem employees to cover the office work for essential services only. I mean, if it were the first one, we're only talking $3,700, so this one would even be less, presumably. But it seems like this is something we can't really avoid.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because maybe we can have a hybrid where we do option 2 and then have a caveat for if it is during the election period, we do just those days of 1.
Sure.
Do you like that idea?
Yeah.
I was literally going to suggest the same
Oh
thing.
my gosh, great minds,
This is so
huh?
weird. No, because nobody does elections better than Hillary, but without a staff, I think
It's a
that's
little
what holds her
tricky.
up. So, yeah. So I mean, I would definitely be a fan of the hybrid option. I see that would sort of meld them, and I think it would be a little bit less of a expenditure, even though we're not talking about a bunch here.
How about on this side of the aisle?
Yeah, so I've consistently been impressed with how lean the town clerk's office runs. They run a very lean budget, and I think it's very important to have contingency and options, and also see like a per diem employee being in training for longer term employment, which is a good idea to do and have. And also the importance of our elections. We have to have that secure. So I mean, the hybrid idea, I think that's a sound plan. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it would work. John is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, any of these options would work. So it's great to starting to hear some consensus here.
And Oscar, if you weigh in, I think we can.
I agree. Indulge me for a couple questions here.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 of the staff, each of them at some point in the next 6 months, they're expecting to they'll each have an out-of-work situation for some period of time. And then they could not overlap, which would be the easiest. They could both overlap, or we could be down all 3 staff during the time. Is that if someone's also sick or something like
that? Yeah.
Okay. And then for option 1, is 3,700 more or less a worst case scenario or an average case? Or?
Yeah, I think an average.
Okay. I mean, this sounds fine, and I'm happy to trust Hillary with do option 2 if you really need to bring more people on. That's okay. These are small amounts of money for the overall budget. So.
Great. So do you have the information that you need?
I do. I feel like I have direction to go with option 2. So thank you.
Well, a hybrid of option 2 with option 1 during election periods.
Do we need a motion for this?
Well, sure. That would be great.
I have one area of questioning, and that is, can birth certificates be obtained online currently with our town clerk's office, or is that in person?
I think it needs to be in person.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess I think about like immediate need that comes up, and that's one of those.
Yeah.
So thinking of the town clerk's office being closed.
Well, 1 and 2 would handle that, Amanda.
Yep.
But what Isaac and I had been talking about was option 2 with the use of option 1 only during election periods. So that is pretty much what our guidance is to you.
Although it says in option 2,
Yeah.
hire per diem employees to cover office for essential services only, cashiering, land records, documents, close the office to the public as long as we are not in early voting. I'm a little confused by number 2.
So when number 2 says, we'll close the office to the public as long as it's not early voting, that when it's early voting, that's when we add in the hybrid of number 1. So if it's during early voting, we'll pivot to option 1. The rest of the time is option 2.
Just to take care of the day-to-day workload, so that when they do come back, they're not buried.
Yeah.
And to address the
Yeah, I
options.
guess I mean, frankly, I'm leaning a little bit more towards number 1, so that the office can stay open.
My only thought there is that, we talked about a month ago budget cuts, and one of the things we talked about was, maybe it's okay if an office is closed for a day or two. And so I think it's a good exercise of discipline for us. And it may not even happen. It may not overlap in the most demanding way, but if it does and there's a little reduction in availability to the public, I think that's okay.
No, I think Oscar makes a good point. I think given this I think gives us the best chance of saving the most money. And again, I think we've all sort of pointed out it's not a huge sum of money anyway.
All right.
So yeah, if we need a motion or if you have the guidance, we can.
Yeah, let's do a motion. I just
All right,
want to be sure
so
that I understand.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'm gonna make this up. I'm gonna slow Janet. All right, so I'll motion that do we instruct town manager?
Yes.
All right, instruct the town manager to work with our town clerk on a hybrid model of the proposed 1 and 2, hiring per diem at a rate of $24.78 an hour with no benefits for election times. Otherwise, hiring a per diem employee to cover the office work for day-to-day stuff. How much stuff is spelled S-T?
Okay, so Peter has made a motion, but let's leave that and we won't vote until we hear from Heidi.
Heidi Fisher, District 7. One of the things I think she mentioned in that was having BCA members help. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of putting out there, are there any volunteers from the BCA who would be willing to help in the office without having to incur the expense?
I'm sensing that there's like legal ramifications to doing town clerk work on a voluntary basis.
I don't know, but I'm just wondering.
Am I correct,
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, and I know she's incorporated that idea, Heidi, in this. I think there needs to be at least one staff person on when the BCA member is volunteering. So I think it's to cover that one staff person that we're talking about here. So.
Yes.
This memo just says, should this happen during early voting periods, that there's these absences, as long as we have at least one staff member in office, we feel confident that we can find a BCA member to volunteer.
Yeah. So that's already baked in, but obviously it's a good question. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so Peter's made a motion, and I believe his motion is to guide the town manager and the town clerk to provide a contingency plan that hires per diem employees subject to option 2 for the majority of the time, and utilize option 1 for election periods. Okay? All select board members in favor of this hybrid motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
There we are, 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, now there's one more issue, and that is the item that was pulled from the consent agenda. Let me welcome Assistant Chief Evans to the table. Chief Hart, are you coming? Okay.
Brought my chaperone.
Great. Please begin. Please tell us about this police car.
Sure. I can give you a short version and then maybe lean on just asking you what specifically you want to know if I'm not hitting it.
Okay.
So this is for our FY26 approved car. I believe we had 2 vehicles approved for replacement in the FY26 budget. This is the second one of those to come before you. The last one you approved a couple months ago. We have a 6-year cycle replacement plan that we've built in. One of the things the chief gave me when I got promoted was our vehicle capital plan, which was difficult to say the least. There had been a lot of years of where vehicle purchases were pushed off for various reasons, which created quite a mess of trying to plan for when we would replace vehicles. Because we would have some years where the capital plan would show like we should be replacing 5 cars all at once, which is not very feasible. And then some years where it would show we had no cars to replace. So we worked through with John. We initially had a 5-year replacement plan that's been in place as long as I could see. For our programming, we looked at mileage, we looked at hours that the vehicles run. I learned, I think, that the hour thing is probably even more important for us than the mileage because of the equipment that we have in the cars running. And warranty plans that come with the cars, which is a 3-year 36 that we get on whatever vehicle we've been purchasing from whatever manufacturer we've been getting it from, and a 5-year 60 on powertrain for warranties. That's been consistent throughout all 3 manufacturers that we bought from. So we pushed it out. We looked at our maintenance costs that we've had projected and in the past. We felt comfortable with moving from a 5-year to a 6-year to give the town that benefit. We think we can. The newer cars nowadays, they're lasting longer. Seem to have less operational repair costs that go with those. So we pushed it out to a 6-year replacement plan that we worked with John and with finance on to come up with a consistent plan to make that happen. I guess I would impress upon you, I think it's really important that we stick with that plan because that's what we didn't do in the past, and that caused some difficulties with car maintenance and with then trying to program when to purchase cars because we would just back up when to purchase cars, and all of a sudden we would end up with backlogs of having to purchase cars because they were out of service. So with this one, I gave you the entire cost of the vehicle and upfit, which is the way that we program the capital budget. Each car, we just give you a total cost for what that vehicle will cost us. We anticipate it costing. The cost, the budget part that we give you is for the vehicle purchase and the upfit of the vehicle to be an emergency service vehicle. So all the lighting, the graphics, the radios, the wiring that goes with all of that, the transport block that goes in the back seat, all of those things. Those things can vary. So the cost we give you when we project out the cost of each new car is if all those things were replaced when we purchased the vehicle. Because we don't know, like I can't tell you, 3 to 5 years from now, if we're gonna need to replace every one of those pieces or if we can reuse some of those. Many times we can reuse it. Our radios tend to be good for at least one car replacement before we have to purchase a new one. Our packages for prisoner transportation, sometimes we get lucky and we can use those for a few. It depends on if it's the same vehicle and if the manufacturer has made, like Ford made a little tweak in the transmission housing that caused the prisoner compartment to not fit and you have to purchase a new one. But we do look every year at what do we have to replace inside the vehicle. So the number we give you is generally the most expensive it could possibly be, but we work very hard to have it not be that price. which we have in the past. That's why we had some money still in the capital plan from our vehicle costs. So this one shows you the 89,000 for the vehicle. The reason we didn't give you a specific vehicle is because since COVID, it's been difficult for us to work through getting an auto place to tell us, like, here's your, we call and ask for a car, and they say, here's your 2025 Crown Vic or Ford Explorer or Dodge Charger VIN number, and this is what it costs. Because if we spend 2 weeks to a month and a half getting that approved through here, squeezing it into a board meeting, we go back to them and they say, well, we don't have that car anymore, but we have these 3 others that are similar, different VIN number, and like this one costs $400 more, this one's $350 less. And now I'm gonna have to come back again to the board and say, oh, well, it changed by $300. So what I gave you here is what the whole total cost for the car actually will be. I expect the initial purchase here that we're gonna make will be in the $50,000 to $55,000 range, which is the current state bid for the vehicles that we buy. And I expect that to happen. The last one we bought was 54 and change, I believe. So it's gonna be right about that, but I don't have a specific car to give you in a memo today. So that's why you see the figure as it is.
Amanda, did you have concerns?
I had a question. Sometimes when we hear about different departments, emergency vehicles, there's a trade-in value that is stated for the for it looks like replacing Cruiser 2. So is that in the calculation?
It's not in the calculation we give you, no. So we've actually had some discussions on this with what we're generally able to get when we contract out, when we do bids for cars and stuff. They'll give us what I think is exceptionally unreasonable numbers back on what they're going to give us for the vehicle. They generally don't look at the vehicle. They just tell you, we'll give you, $5,000 for it. And that's that. And apparently a lot of places just do that. So we've taken a step from that and to try and look at what kind of return we can get reselling those cars ourselves, whether that's the town sells it outright or we shop it to other places to trade it in.
Okay, so there is some sort of trade-in or resale that will offset the purchase cost of this vehicle.
Right.
Okay.
Which can affect our end bottom line for the specific car.
Right, and does that go back into, where does that go back into? Like, does it go back into the police capital budget, or does it go into the general fund budget when it comes back, if there's a sale?
It would, that's a good question. I can find that out for you, exactly how that would work. I think in general, if it was a trade-in, it would just come off of the cost in the capital budget. If it was a separate transaction, it would come in as revenue, and we'd account for it that way, is my guess.
Oscar, you have a question?
Yeah, really boring question, but this particular car, can it go another year? And the 2 reasons I ask are, one, if it's $90K on a 6-year replacement plan, if we can squeeze an extra year out of a car, we save 15 grand, give or take. And 2 is sometimes we get unlucky, right? And it's like, well, we planned for 6 years, but it's 4 years and we need a new one. And we just have to, that's just something we have to do. So if there are times when we get lucky and, this car's holding up really well, it can go 7, I want to make sure we don't miss those opportunities. So is there, I know obviously repair costs generically go up over time, but when we replaced the fire car in the spring, like the engine needed to be replaced, is this one falling apart, or could it go another year without major problems?
So a couple things on that is one, remember we're looking at emergency response. These are our frontline emergency response vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's my pickup that I drive to work and it breaks down, that's inconvenient. If we have these cars that break down when they're in emergency response activities, that could be like a life safety issue. So I'm hesitant to say, let's push it as far as we can with any one of the vehicles that we have, especially with our frontline patrol response cars. I think that, personally, I think it's not good for our public safety to do that. We've already pushed these out a year. These were a 5-year replacement plan. We've looked at the data for our cars and looked at the costs that they are, honestly, because it's not cheap, and built this 6-year replacement plan, which gives us an extra year out of each car already, which does help with the cost, mitigate the cost some, but also gives us a solid plan for replacement that we can budget for year in and year out. So if we push one, that's how we ended up with the really poor plan that we had in the past, where there was occasionally cars that would get pushed and that never got rectified, and we ended up with years where we had several cruiser purchases that had to be made that weren't really budgeted for.
I think certainly if we pushed it, we would take the money and put it aside and say, look, we know this is getting replaced in a year or two, no matter what. So, any department head telling me, no, we need this is important, I'm going to give that a great deal of credit. But you saw how we were scraping for every dollar and cent. So, if this car is doing all right and could last another year, I would love to hear that. But if you think it's time and it needs to be replaced, I will absolutely credit that. So
I do think it's time it needs to be replaced.
Okay. Thank you.
And we had this discussion in the spring with I guess it was Assistant Chief Keir's car, and the life safety issue came up, and I don't want to put anybody at risk, including police officers or the public. And so I also want to note that while this is budgeted for $90,000, you just said it was going to cost more like $50,000, right?
Well, the vehicle itself costs will be about $50,000, and then there's the upfit cost that we have to go out to bid on, which you folks will see the bid once we get that back for upfitting the vehicle, and that'll have the specific equipment that we've gone over and the upfitter's gone over and needs to be replaced versus what we can salvage.
And this is,
we're getting rid of.
I'm sorry, Jeremy, this is through this state procurement process? Is this?
Yes, we use the state
even
bid.
Though it's a New Hampshire dealership?
We use the state bid pricing. So even if it's not the company in Vermont that got the state bid, because we've had difficulties with that, because we've had them say, we just don't have the car. We've had them say, we have the car, but I know we got the state bid, but we're not selling it for the state bid. We're going to sell it for more. It's been really neat. So if we can't do that, then we take what the number is from the state bid and look elsewhere to see where we can purchase at the state bid price.
Great. Well, I'm all in because of the life safety issues. Colleagues?
Yeah, I'm fine with that as part of the plan.
Yeah, I think, again, to echo what's been said here already a couple of times, like I'm not a fan at putting our first responders at any level of risk. Job's hard enough. So giving you the equipment to make that job easier is the most important thing that I do. And on that, I can make the motion.
Great.
And I do want to say, I appreciate answering the questions.
You're welcome.
It was just, the memo was really brief, and I was used to other discussions about trade-ins and, anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Pete, make the motion because
All right.
there's members of the public who'd like to speak to it.
I will motion to approve the purchase of a Police Cruiser 2 from McCulkin Chevrolet in Nashua, New Hampshire for a price not to exceed $89,000.
Great. Peter's made a motion. Let's hear from Nell.
Nell Mayo, District 8. So I don't have a comment about the purchase of the cruiser. I am just curious. You'd said that the department's been discussing how...
No, questions to me.
Sorry. Assistant Chief Evans had said the department's been discussing reselling cars either directly or through a third party. And I know John said he would check where that's been coming in the budget, but I'm curious, has that actually been done before, or is it being discussed as a first-time measure here?
Yeah, I think we've done it in different departments when we think we could get more revenue for the town through that method.
And so, I guess, thank you. And where will we see follow-up on that, I suppose? Because if people are trying to chart what this actually costs long-term, because if they could get, maybe 20K is totally unreasonable in at the car, that really does significantly reduce the per-car expense.
I'm not sure. I don't have a good answer for you on that. I think it's, it would be, it wouldn't be in the warrant, so yeah, you're right. I don't know where we would be reporting that out unless the board requested additional work to be done to track it.
Okay. I'm sure it can be communicated through email, but I'm sure those who like to read all the budget would be curious to know where they would find that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Gemma.
Gemma Seymour, Brattleboro. I believe I've mentioned before, my family has been in emergency services my entire life. And with all due respect to Assistant Chief Evans, as a police officer, he is not a motor pool operator specifically. And I would feel a whole lot more comfortable about this idea of a 6-year replacement cycle on capital vehicles if there were some more data available that would demonstrate, first of all, the mileage of the vehicle, the model of the vehicle, and some comparisons with other municipal use, hard use vehicles, so that we would have more of a comfort level of understanding that, yeah, it's highly likely that this vehicle is going to end up costing us more money if we don't replace it immediately. I think that it's very much true that motor vehicles in general have become much more reliable, especially over the past 20 years. And even for a hard use vehicle, 6 years to me seems like a pretty short replacement cycle. And I think that 7 years if somebody said to me 7 years, that wouldn't even cause me to blink with modern cars. I mean, the truck that I stopped driving 4.5 years ago was already 20 years old at that time. And yes, it's not used as a police vehicle every day, but these things do last a whole lot longer than they used to. So I would just feel that we should have more of a comfort level with some actual data behind it. Thank you.
I think we should trust the process that our police department has, and yes.
I'll just comment.
Norma, you're going to need to be in the microphone.
I am.
Inches from a clean getaway.
Yes, I think that was Gemma's comment is reasonable, so I just want to comment on it. Just in case no one knows that we do regular maintenance on the vehicle. We take the vehicles in, and we have we also have we keep track of when each vehicle is due for whatever maintenance is due for. So those are things we can produce, are those records that show how each vehicle goes in, how it gets, we try to keep them running as much as we can, but as the Assistant Chief talked about, we were behind vehicles for so long that we actually had vehicles that stopped working. We had vehicles, especially when we were behind, I think, 3 vehicles at one time, and then we had one actually stop, just die, at a scene. So that cost us a lot of scrambling to get back to getting the vehicles. So we do have maintenance records. We keep the records with Fletcher's that takes care of our cars. We also know when they're due for any kind of upbeat or records or upkeep. And the thing is, too, about the cars, because of the amount of equipment that are in the cars, that the cars are constantly having to run, because we have to run for our radios, our computers, our cameras. So it's a constant beating up, basically, of the cars, not just for them to run to jobs, but also to maintain the equipment that's in them. So I think, sometimes that doesn't come out, so that's why I just want to point that out. And also the fact that we have been behind in asking for cars at least 3 years, because every year we try not to ask for a car. So we actually put 2 cars on hold for 2 years. I myself have never updated my car because Patrol needs the cars. They need the cars. So we've stepped back on asking for other cars that we were approved for in the capital budget, but we felt that it wasn't, and that's what we did. We sat down and we said, how long can we keep these cars and not ask for a car? And that's where the 6 years came in. But they were never really up on the 5-year replacement because they were behind the 3 cars when I got here. So I think that there's a lot of, I just wanted to make sure that no one thinks we frivolously ask for things, because especially vehicles. We do sit down and try to work out what's a logical request, and what is something that we can bring, all of our records to and show the wear and tear on the vehicles. So I just wanted to answer that.
Thank you, Chief. Any more comments from the public? Board, are we ready to vote?
I am.
Peter's made a motion. The motion said he moves to approve the purchase of Police Cruiser 2 from McMulkin Chevrolet of Nashua, New Hampshire, for a price not to exceed $89,000. All select board members in favor of this motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief.
Thank
and
you.
Assistant Chief.
Thank you.
Oh, that passed 5-0. All right, one more motion.
I'll motion to adjourn.
Peter's motion to adjourn. All select board members in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, BCTV. Thank you, John. Good.